Fucking no, I forgot to change the going live message. I forget. That's still a fine. That going live message doesn't. Yeah, that's still applicable. I had a better one, but you know what? That's on me. I didn't change it, and that's on me. But you know what's also gonna be on me and in me? Chalky milk. These motherfuckers better sponsor me soon. I swear to God. This might be the first one of their products I've purchased in, I don't know, 2 years. But they better fucking sponsor me. Dark, I was sitting here for like 5 solid minutes going, do I set this long form live when I'm about to stream? And then I started thinking about the population of people that watch me stream and the population of people that watch the long forms, and I'm like, I'm freaking out over nothing. Stormblast and D-Man, thank you both for resubbing at tier 1 for 3 months, Stormblast, and 5 months, D-Man. Welcome back to the dog home, my friends. You've already kicked off a hype train, and Educated Fool 25, thank you for the Twitch follow. Yeah, Shmate, it's business time today. It's business time. I'm feeling a little bit better, McShane. I got custom card. Thank you, Dark. I got a massage this morning, which is the first massage I think I've gotten in like a year and a half that's not been from my girlfriend. And that helped a lot. I definitely have some type of like some fuck ass behavior is occurring with my neck, which is fucking up the rest of my body. So the massage helped. I'm gonna keep doing stuff to try to help the neck, but I am mostly feeling better now. What's up, VRG? Emperor, hey Mal, 2 things. Was the Tuesday stream unavailable on YouTube? 2, we haven't updated the Patreon. Okay. Well, hey, that's what we're doing live on stream. Hey, live on stream, I'm updating the Patreon off in my other tab. Okay, where's my page? Where's membership? Edit. Okay. We have the $25 tier done. That's fine. And then we just take deck roasting out. Save. Okay. Those are updated. Moonstalker, thank you for the 50-bit cheer, my friend. Been a while since I've been able to catch a live. How you doing, boss? Moon? Doing pretty good. I've been kind of fucked up the last couple days, but we're doing better today. Obviously, we got the suit jacket on for basically no reason. Z and I went out and had a date day yesterday, which was fucking incredible. So overall, pretty hot. We're doing gamer triathlon today. So today, never mind. I've been clocked in the fucking head by Alec, man. Okay, Alec, man. Let's talk about that, Alec. Alec, man, can I call you Alec? Let's talk about that, Alec. Would I like that? Yes. However, I want you to walk slowly through the sentence. The way YouTube could participate in the free roast day is by paying to be a YouTube member. And I know what you mean. It's much cheaper than $50. I want you to consider the potential backlash socially from people who are angry about spending money if I say with my whole chest, If you guys want a free roast, don't worry. Just pay to become a member on my YouTube channel, and you'll have a chance to get a free roast. I do I do understand what you're going for, and I appreciate you coming with suggestions. It is helpful. But yeah, that one's not going to work. Like, a lot of people would accept it, right? A lot of people would be like, oh, fuck yeah, $5 for a chance? Sure, that's better than nothing. If I do that, it has to be like a separate thing from the free roast days. I think titling them, this is the free roast stream, unless you're on YouTube, fuck you, give me $5. Like, I think that is going to, the whole point of this is a way to make people feel better about it, not worse. D-Man, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I got paid, bitches. Welcome to the top of the dog pile, my friend. I appreciate you. Also, Gavin2099 and SWGL, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Maul, I don't know if you have puzzle game autism, but have you heard of Lorelei and the Laser Eyes? I've played a bit of it recently, and it's the most interesting head scratcher I've seen since the return of the Obra Dinn. So, Joey Bug, I talked about this in one book talk I did. I do not have puzzle autism. I have the type of autism that looks at a puzzle and gets extremely mad if I cannot solve it in under 30 seconds. If I cannot identify the methodology by which I will crack that puzzle in the first half a minute, I am freaking out. I'm done. I'm cooked for the day. I get very mad. I have to go lay down. I have to black out for a couple hours. White Bread, speaking of blacking out, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. Or back to Dog Heaven, I should say. And Fuchsia Cthulhu, tremendous name. Thank you for that prime sub. On our way to a level 3 hype train, my friend. Anybody else with Jeffrey dollars, please shower me thusly. Yeah, I definitely have gifted kid syndrome with puzzles. Unreasonably fuck ass mad at puzzles is a mood. Listen, Wubba, I love you, buddy. I think if anybody redeems something on this Twitch channel with channel points, I need you to know that shit is getting delivered by FedEx Ground. Okay? Oh, we got a Smasher Pass? Oh, we got a Rant? Oh. That's 5 business days, okay? I haven't even opened my chocolate milk yet. You're trying to make me talk about fucking. We gotta bust that one. We gotta bust that one open. Listen. I'll probably have 8 in the queue by the time I get to them, and then we'll just rip them off crazy style. Kusanagi, thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. And the Mumbles, thank you for the Twitch follow. Thank you, Ascendance. I'm glad you like the blazer. I like it a lot. There's a prop. Listen, guys. There's a prop. I hope I'm going to get to use this stream. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to, because it requires me to like one of the decks you send in. But if we get a good deck, there will be a new prop that we're going to debut, and will almost certainly make the YouTube videos. It's not made, Hound. Shut the fuck up, Storm. Mumbles, thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. And Keon, thank you for the 2nd month in a row at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. I'm glad you like your corner here. But before we go any further, the ads are about to start. The mid-roll and the pre-roll demons are about to fucking get us. So I'm going to put us into a manual ad break, and then I'm going to debut the order for today so that we can begin collecting the people getting roasted today. Mike the Psy, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home for the 2nd month in a row, my friend. I appreciate you resubscribing. Anyway, everyone get fucking banished. Wawa, yes, you can do spoilers. I would just As a rule, if you ever send in a deck for roasting and it has spoilers, please say so in the primer such that I can warn chat before we get into the deck proper. As long as I can tell people, because like by the time they go out on YouTube, I think we're on like we are on like a 1 month lag between doing a deck roasting stream and that stream potentially making it onto a YouTube video. So in most cases, it will no longer be a serious spoiler by the time you come out on the YouTube video, but for Twitch, yeah, just let me know in your primer. That way I can let other people know. Hey, Maul, just wanted to say I finished my Selvala deck. I really appreciated your help in finding a new color. I saw Zuza had a Miku card, so I'm going to build her next. Yeah, all right. All right, so we have a little, we have some trollers in the chat. We have some snakes. Grass gotta get mowed. Holy shit, DMC, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer. Good day, boss. Played my Narset Theft deck last night and ended up winning by milling all of my opponents out. Probably reconstructing to focus more on the wheel plan now. LOL. That is fucking diabolical, but I'm so happy for you. So DMC, welcome to the top of the dog pile for this week. We're now at a level 5 hype train. Chial is banished to the fucking nether zone. Good. Get shit on green players. Also, Confessor gained me over 200 life. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't, you little shit. It still doesn't matter, bro. It still doesn't matter. Justin Chase, the prop is not a Swain cosplay, although that would be a pretty good cosplay to debut. All right, let me pull up who's being roasted today. I know at least one person isn't able to make it. Was a quick reschedule after Wednesday, so I know at least one person isn't able to make it, but I don't remember who. Okay. And then none of these, yeah, I don't think any of those are doxing. Mauled, who's the best goblin? My favorite goblin... Oh, God. I think my favorite goblin is Bad Krenko. If I'm... What? Okay. And by Bad Krenko, I mean Tin Street Kingpin. Just because he, like... You really do have to earn this shit. This is really some, like, Wile E. Coyote, inflatable mace. You gotta let it be you if the person's gonna get away with it type behavior, and I fucking love it. I don't think Henzie's a goblin. He better not be. No, he's a devil. He's fucking Nightcrawler. What do you mean, Dark? The weirdest one, thank you for the 9 months at tier 1, my friend. Our Twitch baby is due. Glad to catch the stream. Thanks for pitching. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I'm working on refining a Togatog food-themed deck around a large family dinner. It's going to be horrible. Well, at least if it's terrible, you can say it's thematic to family dinner. Houdini 3030, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. It is Friday. And Casey Spark, thank you for the Twitch follow. It's my cool name. Hit me with that rant. And DMC, thank you for that extra 100 biddies. Fun fact, I just saw you posted the video today, and my Narset deck is first on the block for that. Indeed it is. We published it right before going live on Twitch. Someone asked, why do you call it Bad Krenko? Mainly because compared to the other Krenko, it is just worse in basically every way. This guy does cost 1 more mana, but if we talk about it in terms of activations, the first time you activate Krenko, if you've played literally nothing else, you get 1 goblin. Then you get 2, then you get 4, then you get 8. No, that's not how that works. It's Fibonacci, not doubling. But you get 1, then you have 2 goblins, so you get 2. Oh no, it does work like that. Yeah. The And so the scale at which doubling goblins is fucked up is much, much more than the scale at which add one, make that many is fucked up. And in both cases, goblin decks are very, very telegraphed and very, very obviously threatening. And so people will shoot you pretty quickly. Like, the thing about this Krenko is there are some decks where they are weak enough that you're actually kind of allowed to do your thing because people understand they have a lot of time to deal with you. Goblins get so bullshit so quickly that the table will just shoot you no matter what Krenko you put in the command zone. So I say this guy's bad Krenko because he catches the exact same amount of heat as Mob Boss despite doing way, 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 way less. Yep, MLP's putting it perfectly. Doesn't matter which Krenko you're playing, everyone treats them the same. They take bullets to the head just as good as each other. Molly, can you tell work I need to leave so I can be here? Yeah, I'll call him. Where does the other Krenko fall? Let me look at this one. I would say this is more likely to be like a weird combo deck. So it's less straightforward than the other Krenkos. I think people probably shoot it on sight just because like if I'm doing word cloud style card evaluation, as soon as I see sacrifice an artifact and artifact death trigger, I'm like, I'm gonna kill you. Respect, die. Because, yeah, as people are pointing out, the second paragraph of Krenko is like, anytime you crack a treasure, every treasure equals one goblin. And so I don't think it's as like, it's not as straightforward as the Krenko combos that are not combos, as the Krenko paths that are just like, oh, I untap and tap this guy 1,800 times, I have impact tremors, die. But this one you could get up to some real fuckery. Casey Spark, thank you for jumping over from YouTube. Better than Mob Boss? I doubt it. Mob Boss is just too simple to kill everybody. I think this one's definitely better than Tin Street Kingpin. Boss, any particular reason you're looking sharp today? I'm trying to change up the stream outfits a little bit, and I was wearing this for the thumbnail that we took. Because Z photographed that thumbnail at like 10 a.m. and then, or no, like 11 a.m. And then I made us breakfast and cleaned the kitchen. And then I was like, well, it's here. Thank you, Helios. I appreciate that. Nissa, we're doing a little bit better. We're not all the way better, but we are good enough that we can stream. So we're still looking for... Well, still, I did not... If you're getting roasted today, hey, I didn't pay attention. So we're looking for that guy, RLO. We're looking for Jesh. We're looking for Drive Train. We're looking for Rukak. I do know Rukak's here because I saw Rukak ask for the order very, very early in chat. Is this hipster mob or corporate mauled? Are the slots taken for the day already? So Toph DeLion, the slots are scheduled like well in advance. The slots for, the slots for these get scheduled like weeks and weeks in advance. And so we don't, oh yeah, sorry. That's not true. There is a way to get on the schedule for a given day, and that is to pay me $500 fucking dollars. If you pay me $500, I will roast your deck on the spot. I will, whatever is happening on the stream, I will knock that shit off, and I will begin roasting your deck at that moment. That is meant to be a ridiculous price, so please don't interpret that as like, oh my god, Streamer Man thinks his time is worth $500. That is the... Yeah, Top, that makes sense. It does, in fact, have to be United States dollars MLP. It can't be channel points. It can't be 500 bits. I'm gonna save up $500 to make you rate my Azusa orange deck. Chal, you can just buy them when they go on sale for 50. You can just buy. Listen, if you want to get, no, actually no, you can't. Now you can't. Myth, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Greetings, underling. For the 7th month, my friend, our baby's almost ready. But anyway, so Maul, I'm gonna wait and have you do it mid-ranked game on League of Legends. Listen, right now, to avoid having my Riot account banned, I will not state that I would throw a ranked game for $500. I will abide by the rules that I have set for the stream, which is that if you pay me $500, I will, whatever I'm doing, begin roasting your deck. Will I be multitasking? Maybe. A little bit. What about $50 in this cool rock I found? Borscht, that's $50 in a cool rock is how you get your deck roasted normal style. Time to do it mid-hardcore WoW raid. Oh yeah, that is okay. So there is one exception for I drop everything and I roast your deck. And that is if I at any point become relevant in OnlyFans and get drafted for a raid, because that is a like streamer guild of other content creators in World of Warcraft, I will not fuck that up, because that will be very bad for me on a personal and professional level. If we're in if we're in they them goons, if we're in the tripod dungeon running thing with Beard Princess and Z, I will be like, hey y'all, stop clearing the dungeon, we got a deck to look at. And I will pass them each like a cool $150, and they'll be like, yeah, goddamn, you right, we got a deck to look at. So I will not do it in like a 40-person raid or anything, but if we're in the 3-stack and you're like, yeah, here's 500, boss, you got it. Exactly, Myth. There's some level of social contract that I'm not going to ask other, 39 people to put their life on hold for. Hey Mauld, here's a question I actually bothered to think about. I've been helping a friend brew a Thantis list for a while now. They wanted it to be group slug, but after further revisions, I suggested the idea of Jund control, using the commander as an unconventional board wipe that can also act as a finisher. As a certified Jund fan, what do you think of the idea on principle, and are there any tools that could make it work? I like that idea. I think so with Jund, when you are doing control, a really important thing to consider is like, that is when the level the rest of the table is at becomes the most important. When other people are playing precons or precon adjacent decks, you being the control player is kind of jerking off a dead horse, because a lot of the social contract that we engage in when we play lower power level decks are kind of like a fifth imaginary control player. If you go to bracket 2 and you say like, okay, well, you can't use these really good cards, you can't use infinites, you can't use extra turns, those are basically like banner based stacks effects. But if the table's at a high enough level, Jund control can work, but you need to really appreciate the fact that you're bad at stopping the stack. You're really good at fucking up permanents. You're really, really bad at stopping people from winning on the stack. So when you play something like that, you have to be extra careful as a pilot that you're not just pitching the game to the combo player. Now, if there's a combo player who needs like specific creatures on board for their combo to work, or if they're doing like an artifact based combo, you have ways to turn that off too. But if you're ever like, I'm going to be the control player, Jund can do it. I think having Thantis, let me make sure I'm recalling the entirety of their name. Riley, we do Oathbreaker decks here. Like if you do Thantis into a more generic precon pod, all that's going to happen is what MLP said, which is they're going to go, oh, I have to attack? Well, I have a 10-10, because all creatures nowadays have creatine and testosterone running through their veins. What Thantis can do is if you're playing at a high enough table where people start playing like piddly dipshit creatures just because they have insane text boxes, then Thantis gets pretty good as you're like, okay, I've played enough control pieces that I don't think anybody can win out from under me. Now I'm going to play Thantis to clear the board and start cleaning people up with commander damage. That's also possible. Frankly, I think most of the situations in which you would want to play Thantis, you would rather play Rurik Thar. Because Rurik Thar at least has the outside chance of making the combo player reconsider going for the combo. Thantis is very cool. However, Rurik Thar deals so much fucking damage that the Storm deck is like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Krakashima, that motherfucker is dead on the ground. That motherfucker is dead on the ground. Their ribcage sawn in half. Whereas Thantis, you know, you could put Rurik Thar in the deck. That might help. But you really don't have a lot of good ways to stop somebody from doing a stack-based win for a commander that's really expensive. Like if the commander cost less, I would believe in it more. But if this doesn't come down until turn 5, turn 6, and then also doesn't do anything to prevent a win on the stack, it probably can't hang at tables where playing it as control is totally reasonable. Now, if what you mean by control is just like, oh, I play this with a lot of removal spells in it, yeah, that's totally reasonable. Is you play this with a lot of removal spells and like death benefit triggers, and then you just kill everything that would beat Thantis and force people to swing with things that Thantis could eat. Like, that's fine. But as a control piece, it's already, I think, been power crept by not being a 7/7, quite frankly. I think if they were to, this was published in 2018, if they released this commander today, it would have no changes and would be a 7/7. The text box would be the same and it would just be 50% bigger than it currently is. Also, let me pull up the speech tab. For anybody that wasn't also making another call for RLO, Jesh, Drivetrain, Rukak, and Lapine. For those of you who didn't already know, I am now sponsored by GamerSups GG. With code MALD, you get 10% off, and they pay me money about it, which is pretty cool. And they sent me free stuff. And we're now going to witness my live first taste of Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000, which is a real flavor they sell people. And if you can't tell, the shaker cup, I can't take this fucking shaker cup to the gym, you guys, because it has big honkin' anime titties on it, which is crazy. So anyway, this will be my first time trying Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000 because I'm a precious little boy. I mix it with sparkling water, not like LaCroix or anything. I buy the like 20 cent a can sparkling water. But we're gonna see how it is. I will say, this smelled like the devil. This not like the devil. It didn't smell that bad. This smelled like straight up dust. Oh, that honks. Oh, that honks. Yeah, that is like... This is like watermelon and it blue. No, I super don't have to say that. First and foremost, MLP. The terms of this contract that I have with GamerSubs are the loosest fucking thing ever. I was like, "Can I say stuff sucks?" And they were like, "It'll hurt our feelings, but you only have to promote the stuff you actually like. We don't care if you never promote certain things and only promote the things that you actually do enjoy." So like, I'll tell you for free, they have a pina colada flavor. I don't support that morally. That's an ethical standpoint. I don't fuck with coconut. So no, I super do not have to say that. I will say Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000 official seal of approval. Yeah, that is like it tastes like, I'm going to make some allegories here, gang. This tastes like what stuff tastes like when you use the term blue raspberry. It does not actually taste like a raspberry, and it does not taste like what I assume a differently colored raspberry would be, but this tastes like watermelon, blue, and a little bit of electricity. Then what does their blue raspberry taste like? I don't know, C Squared, because they don't name anything straight up. They don't name anything just what it is. GamerSubs only name shit like... the flavors I have access to, guys, I only know one's pina colada because I smelled it. The flavors I have access to are sploosh, blowhole, titty milk, soda pressed, raw meat, and guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. That's what I got. I don't know what the fuck the blue raspberry flavor is. Sploosh is the pina colada. Sploosh is the pina colada one. Oh yeah, there's titty milk. I don't think I have a titty milk sample, but titty milk is a flavor. Yeah, Gamer Fart is Russian Badger's flavor. So on the site, there's a description. Yes. So if you use code MALD at gamersubs.gg, you can get 10% off. I'm also going to be trying the, they have teas, they have ramen, they have like sleepy time supplements as well. I'm going to be trying those out too. So the stuff that I've tried so far is Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. I've tried the Blowhole, which I also liked. I tried Soda Pressed, which I liked. I haven't tried Sploosh yet. I will say the caffeine-free one, so Soda Pressed, I like it. The flavor is a lot softer. It is like if you mix a serving of it, expecting it to be like soda levels of taste, it is less than that, but it's much more than like LaCroix, for instance. And I don't know if that's just me learning how to not be a little like greedy candy baby, but it is a little bit of adjustment because it's not as yes, Andronicus, it is. So they have, and Shade and Ass, is that like pre-workout? Some of them have caffeine, like this one. This one has like 100 milligrams of caffeine. They have caffeine-free options. The ones I've had the most of, the soda pressed flavor that I do quite like, are non-caffeinated. I think that one's my favorite so far. So they have plenty of caffeine-free options. They also have options that are like specifically for trying to go to sleep. Yes, Troper, we did just try the Guacamole Gamer Fart. Let me take this away, and then Dead Inside 1996, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I'm still surprised brands like this are so successful because I'm so not in the market for any of this. Yeah, I mean, it's like, treats are good. Like, I started drinking this, and now I just don't buy as many, you know, it's like, it's cornering the market on, like, nice little sodas you buy yourself. I still bought myself chalky milk because this motherfucker has 50 grams of protein in it. Cyber Drakel, I'm gonna say okay. Hey Mauled, I have a question since it's been a while. Is there anything I cannot talk about in chat? You have some additional context I'm not going to include because it won't help the YouTube video we make out of this. Say what you're gonna say, and maybe I ban you. I think there's some obvious things, you know. Don't go against Twitch's TOS in the middle of my chat, but flop it out. Flop it out. I probably won't punish you, probably. Been catching your shorts on YouTube, had to come to the source. Had a question, how you feel about fecund turtle? How about you say cards that exist? How about you say cards that are real? Oh, fecund green shell, okay. Oh, I mean, fuck this guy. Straight up fuck this guy. I'm tired. I am tired of the Butts decks pretending that they are some goddamn like oppressed niche strategy in Commander. Doran is bullshit. Doran is bullshit. Arcades is bullshit. Like all the stuff in Tarkir is everybody's getting bullshit in Tarkir, but I'm tired of seeing cards like this and having the Toughness Matters players go like, oh, finally, we get a toy. Everything is your fucking toy. You guys have like 2 mana 10/10s. You shit ass motherfuckers. You shit ass losers. I hate you. I used to have to play Animate Wall. You have to be nice to me. Yeah, like all the Toughness Matters players are people that like had a rough childhood and then immediately pulled the ladder up as soon as they made it. They had a bad childhood and they keep milking that shit for interviews despite the fact that they have been rich and famous for like 10 fucking years now. Alright, we have a bunch of random Smasher passes to do. And then I think there's other stuff in chat that I know I missed that I'm scrolling back up to. They say no sugars. Are they using like aspartame in there? I have no idea. I will look. I currently do not know. Okay, so I see Rukak. Suiko's saying agave. Oh, so apparently in... Are you talking about the weed industry, Cyberjack? We can say weed on stream. We can say marijuana. Although I appreciate you being precocious about talking about drugs on stream. Yeah. So weed energy drinks becoming more popular. I mean, like... Because I worked in the, not finance, but I worked in e-commerce risk and fraud assessment. So I worked around like people who sold drugs on the internet a lot. And weed going into everything was a really, really big push that a lot of people were having. And I'm interested to see when we hit the tipping point of it being like original formula for Loco, when people are like, maybe we shouldn't have done this shit. Maybe we shouldn't have done this shit. Breaker, I was not a finance bro. I was very specifically not a finance bro. I was a narc, okay? I was a narc. I was on the phone organizing fake drug deals. But yeah, I've had drinks that have THC in them without caffeine. Um, I can't. How is that better? Because I don't. It's not like I'm working for the fucking cops. Okay, let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. I was fucking with people selling like heroin and Xanax to children. All right, let's not talk about like I'm trying to bust your fucking college weed dealer. All right, I was fucking around with the people who were trying to like scam crystal meth. But anyway, I have had a THC drink, and I cannot imagine how bad those days would be if they also had like 200 milligrams of caffeine involved. I'll tell you what, guys. This job is part of what made me hate the cops even more deeply, because there were plenty of situations where we were like, maybe this warrants police involvement, either because we were dealing with like adult content that we were worried involved minors, adult content that we were worried involved like illegal bestiality, any number of shit that was like super fucked up. And we would, not me personally, but we would talk to the cops every once in a while. And you know what the answer was every fucking time? The answer was, is there a building we can raid about it? And if we said no, they were like, meh. If there was ever a 2-story building they could shoot up in order to catch the bad guy, they were all fucking for it. If there was ever anything even slightly more complicated, or if it was just like non-violent arrest, we don't care. We don't fucking care, man. Stop calling us. Stop fucking wasting our time, bro. So there's a lot of like really bad shit. And also, pursuant to anybody who's in the Discord and saw the Dear Malltown thread the other day, we did a lot with gambling. So I've seen a lot of the really fucking bad stuff that can happen with online gambling. And so I feel generally pretty severe about all that. Gambling in places where there's like no stakes, you know, like, oh, I'm gambling in my Commander game. Yeah, based as fuck. Anyway, thoughts. All right, back to the scheduled programming. Thoughts on Geralt Visionary Stitcher as a big booty brigade commander. Hitting people with a flying 17-17 off a sacked Charix seems fun. Yep, this seems pretty good as like a toughness mat. Well, okay, pretty good. This seems usable as a toughness matters payoff. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. The really bad stuff about online gambling, do you mean all of online gambling? LMAO. Yes, and I think it is really important when you talk about that stuff to give space to the spectrum of how deleterious to your life it can be. Because what you don't want to ever do, like, I'm never going to talk about how bad online gambling is just to hate on it, because I don't care about it that much. I don't really have the itch to gamble with my money. I don't know anybody personally who gambles with, well, I don't know anybody anymore who gambles personally with a lot of their money. And so it doesn't take up a lot of active mental real estate for me. And so if I'm ever talking about it, it's normally to ward other people away from doing it. And do you know how you don't do that? You don't use the fucking like 1990s dare tactics of being like, oh, every part of it is terrible and will ruin your life instantly. It takes time to ruin your life. It is insidious. It wants to get you addicted, and it wants to make you feel, well, not it, but like anybody who runs a gambling operation is going to go really far out of their way to make sure that you feel safe, You feel like your time is valued. You feel like your time is giving you a either return on investment in money, or is at least a worthwhile way to spend your time. Like, gambling does not get really bad for a little bit. It's dangerous immediately. It is immediately dangerous, but it doesn't just like, oh, you try it and then your life is fucking over. Because if it was like that, we wouldn't have, like, the worldwide population wouldn't be so fucking lost to it. They get you started with, like, gambling where, oh, you can afford to lose this. It's just, like, a little bit of a rush. Like, I remember I did the, I would buy, like, scratchers at the grocery market because my friends would be like, oh, let's all do this and see who wins. I lost one time, and I was like, wait, why did I spend $5 like that? Oh, yes, DMC. I agree that it's always predatory. There's definitely, like, there's less predatory places and more predatory places, but all of them are highly, highly predatory. I gamble on Twitch with bits. Either the streamer reads the message or he doesn't. Hey, MLP, it's not like that. Or you get banned. Or you get banned. I haven't played Cyberpunk MLP. If we get, if this Twitch stream gets 5,000 likes, we'll do an actual playthrough. If you can find a way to like the Twitch stream. I know someone that made an algorithm that increases the likelihood of keeping someone playing at a supply machine. They're set for life off that. Yeah, like if you just tweak the numbers a little bit to make people a little bit more addicted. Money printer. Ungodly One, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Mauld, what do you think about a deck wanting to board wipe itself with Tobias Doomed Conqueror? Oh, we've seen a deck like this. It was surprisingly good. You need a ton of mana, which is the most difficult part, because you have to, like, this kind of sucks unless you have 8 mana to board wipe and then immediately flash in Tobias. But it was surprisingly good. Yeah, we haven't, for Elikman and Luna, we have not looked at the new Tarkir precons yet, but so next Friday, we are doing full set review with 3-3 Elk. So if you guys want to for anybody that wants to hear all the Tarkir thoughts, that's going to be happening next Friday, same time. We're going to do another Elk collab stream. Him and I are going to break down... I haven't sent him like notes yet, but I guess we'll break down the precons. We'll break down what cards we think have motion, what cards we think don't have motion. And then we'll probably drop it as like a really long set breakdown video on YouTube. Wash Barracoon, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And Atraxis Chosen, thank you for the 69 bits. Hey Mauld, what's the likelihood of R&D taking mind-altering drugs? New Ugin comes to mind. I have a skit I'm trying to film about New Ugin, because yeah, holy fuck. Whitebread, thank you for that rant redeem. We may not do it depending on time constraints, because we have, I know we have Rukak here, and I do want to make sure we get to everybody that we're roasting today. But other than that, let's see. And then Xanderfus, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. You're officially beating Saltybet in viewer count? Who the fuck is Saltybet? Dude, I hope I am. What the fuck kind of name is that? Do you think you'll ever make a video where you just kind of list your favorite cards from a set and or year. Maybe. I think it would require me to be much more popular. Oh no, they're an OG? Oh no. Let me look at their stuff. Here, we'll do live review. Live review of Saltybet. I don't know about that. Oh, what the fuck? Here, let's look at Reddit. So 2 years ago, we have a whatever happened to them. Been watching for the past 2 years. Not uncommon for 10 straight fights. The fights are pretty boring as well. All the weird fun characters. What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna try to figure out what this channel was making. Owner removed characters, permabanned anybody that asked about them. Bunch of bots. So apparently it's some type of like auto battler. It's just a stream with a modded fighting game. Oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of neat. That's cool. Toxic Fox 09, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. What are your thoughts on Chainer Dementia Master? Nope, I need to type that into Scryfall. Chainer Dementia. Kind of sucks. All right. Let's talk about it. I don't want to see him untoward. Kind of sucks. Mainly because, first of all, 5 mana before we can even hope to begin doing this. In mono black, maybe we do like Dark Ritual. Maybe we get Cryptghast. Maybe we cheat it some type of way. Normally, probably like turn 4, turn 5 behavior, unless we hit the Soul Ring bust sequence. If on turn 5 or turn 6, we're paying 3 mana to get back a guy, our reanimation game plan is currently on the same curve as the guy who just cast like Llanowar Elf 3 visits. Like generally, I don't believe in any reanimation game plan that is proceeding at the same speed as a ramp game plan. Typically, the point of trying to do reanimation cheating is, ha ha ho ho, I've gotten something good for cheap. Now that said, because it's like turn 6 for the first one, but then basically like every good creature is only 3 mana repeatably, this would be hot if it was not for the fact that whenever he leaves the battlefield, fuck all the guys you just got and you cannot reuse them. Because you're not making copies of them, you are putting the creature card onto the battlefield, and then whenever Chainer leaves, you are exiling them. So it is not like, the table can blast this guy to slow you down, and then I'll get him back and I'll rebuild my army. You get one shot with the cool train. If it goes off the tracks, it just fucking blows up. Sack outlets for the nightmares equal no exile. I mean, yes, and after Queen Mab gets here and sucks my dick about it, everybody will be happy, and then I'll get hit in the chest with a bag of money. Like, we can make any degree of made-up combo lines in which this becomes fine, but I'm generally talking about, like, if you were trying to build a 2 or a 3, and you were trying to make this guy a build-around, really, really difficult, because you get him out, he's expensive. You bring something back, that shit was probably expensive. if he ever dies, right? Not even if you get targeted, but like if you ever have to block a problematic creature, if there's ever a board wipe that comes down because of something somebody else is doing, your whole day gets fucked. If you're like, oh, well, I'll just leave good stuff in the graveyard and not reanimate it in the first place, to play around that, suddenly now you're playing pretty bad. So fair chainer sucks, and I generally find, like, when everyone's like, oh, I've got this crazy... Dude, check it. I've got this absolutely insane combo. If I untap with my commander, I'm fucking asleep. And so the unfair versions of Chainer just aren't particularly interesting to me, because I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you're mono black, you did something with one of the fucking altars, congratulations, you can join the ranks and ranks of other, who the fuck is it, Buzz Lightyear toys. Good for you. And so the fair stuff you can do with it gets hit so hard by the Exile All Nightmares thing. But if you turn your opponent's creatures into nightmares, it can be a one-sided board wipe. I'm gonna file that under fairy blowjobs and bags of money. Like, that then requires, one, our opponents have to be on legitimately good creatures. Not always true. Two, we have to get all of these legitimately good creatures into their graveyard. Not the easiest thing in the world in mono black. Not impossible. If we get Lance Armstrong's Missing Nut, quite easy. But if we don't get Mesmeric Orb. Oh yes, Xanderfuss, it's a little crass, but anytime somebody recommends to me a 3 or 4 card combo, or if they say anything along the lines of like, oh, it dies to removal, or like, oh, I'll just draw it, I mentally file that under fairy blowjobs and bags of money in terms of shit that isn't going to happen ever. Yeah, it's what I use for Magical Christmas Land, because I like fairy blowjobs and bags of money better than Santa. All right, we have like 5 random Smasher passes to do. So we're gonna, and we've vamped so hard that Twitch is literally going to find me. So we're gonna do another 90-second ad break. Then we're gonna do Rukak's deck. Then we're gonna do Drivetrain's deck, because now Drivetrain is here. Fuck yeah. I have a combo for you in Tomb, Scavenge Brawler, Skullbriar, Angry Von Vermin. Thank you for the suggestion. Enjoy your ban. Let's do some Smasher passes. Ooh. Hard pass. Hard pass, because it is literally the minefield and not any of the guys on it. So that's 1. Pass. Pass. That's no. Holy fuck. Pass. All right, 3 for 3. Nobody has Riz today. That's a land, doesn't count. Ah. Pass. 4 for 4. Pass. Another bird. I hate them. They work for the government. Cannot get it. All right, Vermin can come back now. Collusion, the ref is blind. No, I'm not. Tizan, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Why is, in fairness, I've hooked up with several twinks in chat? What does that have to do with anything? All Race 41, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Grippy Cloaca, though. Interesting, Ascendance. Interesting. I'll see you later, but interesting. Alright, so now I actually do have to pee. I actually do have to pee, so we'll be right back. Oh, other thing I forgot. Personal request from your streamer to you. Before we get into Rukak's deck and the business time for the day, we have a new YouTube video out today. It has an ad for Helix Sleep. I'm not asking you to buy a mattress. What I'm asking you to do, there is a link in the description to do the like discount for buying the mattress. If anybody could go click on that link, I will virtually kiss you on the forehead. Because here's how the corporate ad budgets work. If they see that a bunch of you clicked on the link and then nobody buys anything, they're like, damn, we have bad products. If nobody clicks on the link, they're like, damn, this guy sucks at advertising our product. But if you guys click on the link and go look at the product and then you just don't purchase a mattress, they're like, damn, we got to make better mattresses. Which, that's how we cook them. Thank you all kindly. I appreciate that. That is the last I'll speak of it. Atraxis, it's on the latest long form. It is on our latest long form YouTube video. What's up, Josh? We're doing good today. When do I get my forehead kiss? If you show up to Patron League night tonight, we can give it to you then. We'll have to spread it out or they'll get suspicious. The video was published like an hour ago. This is, if there was ever going to be a spurious amount of link clicking, it's going to be right now. Yeah, Troper, best of luck with your headache, my friend. I'm sorry you're not doing well. I mean, listen, guys. I got a mattress as part of the deal. The mattresses do fuck. So if anybody is legitimately in the business looking for a new mattress, you're like me, you hadn't bought a mattress in like 12 fucking years. It is a good mattress. But people only buy mattresses like once every 10 years. So if you're not buying a mattress right now, just click the link and they'll be like, damn, we need better mattresses. Before we roast our friend Rue, thanks, Maul. It's been a fun day. My transmission died and took out other stuff. Basically, $8,000 of damage. Holy fuck, dude. That's almost a CEDH deck. So that's been fun. Nice to veg out and listen to some fools get the roasting they deserve. Thank you, Keon. Felix Royale, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 18th month. A full year and a half of sweet, sweet kissing. Hey, Maul, happy to be toxic with you for a year and a half. What led you to Toxic and Doghouse as your unique streamer things? Oh, God. Well, Rukak, I guess get fucked. We're never doing your deck at this point. You're bad. I mean, Doghouse was just because I already had Hound in the name, and I thought that was catchy. For Toxic, it was very specifically because I pretty immediately learned that, like, half of my content, or half of my audience is like the queerest people ever, the chillest, gayest people in the world, and half of my audience is like alt-right rage bait. Those are the two buckets I pull from. Either you are incredibly gay and incredibly chill, or you play League of Legends. And that's how the circle meets the square. And so I wanted to co-opt Toxic because I think a lot of my stuff comes off as hating, but is generally in good faith and not actually like that bitter. So I wanted to call everything Toxic in a very, very like tongue-in-cheek way. So that's why, is I was like, oh, this is my opportunity to sort of, the same way I'm trying to reclaim gooning, I'm trying to slowly but surely redefine toxicity, at least with respect to our audience. Oh, Josh, you were one of the ones I double scheduled. No, no, you're good. Your service is not needed today, Josh. I apologize for double scheduling you. Yes, like there's good-natured hating, and then there's like just being a dick to people. I think is the important. All of us incredibly gay League players in chat are sweating right now. True. Because there's like, I love banter. Malton, I'm a chill 52-year-old man that just got back into Magic. Your stuff is enjoyable. Yes, Sean. The non-funny answer is like the bulk of my population, or the bulk of my audience, is between like 29 and 59, and it's a lot of people who played this game at one point and fell out of love with it, or hadn't played the game but had like seen stuff about it before. Vocal minority, I will say. The vocal minorities of my audience are gay people, angry people. And we're trying to fix the angry people. Yeah, exactly. Banter is fun, hate ain't. As a gay, angry person, I get it. God damn it. Gay and angry, but about like real world shit, not Magic. Yeah, Ligma balls. Fix the angry people by making them gay. Yeah, that's our conversion therapy. Are you unhappy in your life? Are you really stressed out? When you play games with your friends, can you not ever let them have the spotlight? Try being queer. And we'll just put like Sarah McLachlan music behind it, and then everyone will be happier. Yeah, like banter needs to be... we need to make banter cool again. Like, I think too many people... I think one thing I've really, really noticed over the last, like, decade is... And this was never a thing that didn't exist. This is not a thing of like, oh, back in the good old days, everybody was fucking cool and could take a joke. That's dumb as hell. But there's definitely been this polarization over the last 10 to 15 years that I have noticed, where we've a lot more and more people are losing the line on what is good-natured ribbing and what is me say mean shit really loudly and then go, but it's a joke, so you have to laugh. But it's a prank. Like the version of this like 10 years ago was the like it's just a prank, bro, where people would do ill-meaning, vicious shit and then say they were just pranking you. And I think that's gotten worse and worse and worse as time has gone on. So I'm attempting to do my little part to wrench it the other way. Holy shit, disgruntled. Thank you for claiming your exclusive Discord role. If you're in the Discord, please tag Mauled Bean. Please tag Mauled Bean, and they will hook you up, or I can hook you up after stream. If I'm a disastrously, painfully heterosexual man in my 40s, is there any hope for me, Malltown? Danny, it depends. Is your hairline better than mine? I'm trying to make it on that same wave. I'm almost 30 now. Sorry, I'm almost 50 now. But, you know, if there's hope for Walton Goggins, there's hope for us. And that motherfucker has shit on. That motherfucker has that shit on at all times. I slaughtered a family of 4 as a prank back in 07. Yeah, George Bush Jr., famous prankster, alongside co-host of Punk'd, Dick Cheney. Motherfuckers. Absolute fucking ass goblins. That got dark. Mauled, when will you eventually join me in shaving your head and reveal your true power as Baldhound? I don't think I will ever go... I don't think I'm ever going to go the Northern Lion route. I think if anything happens to my hair, I'm probably going to get a hair transplant at some point. I've had to go bald once for collegiate rowing, and when I went bald for that, I straight up look like the Green Goblin. It's not... I got a big dome, you guys. I got a lot of cranium. So, like, here's the thing. I'm either going to get gender-affirming care and get a hair transplant, or I'm going to get gender-affirming care and I'm going to get on testosterone and I'm going to get really fucking jacked. Those are the only two outs. I'm not going to be on this gangly shit and be bald. If I'm bald, I'm going to be like fucking... I'm going to be like, who's that one... Oh, that one angry actor who's really mean in Whiplash. The God's perfect J. Jonah Jameson. J.K. Simmons. That's who we're going to be on. We're going to be on like J.K. Simmons energy. Oh, Alec, man, I mean like in the suit. You want to know what my head looks like? This is what my fucking head looks like, man. Okay? I can't be doing that shit. I can't be doing this shit, you guys. It's not happening. It's not happening. Xenomorph looking ass. Yes. I got the xenomorph head. We can't do it. We cannot do it. And so if we go bald, the rest of my frame is going to have to get like much, much bigger to accompany it, or we're just going to do hair transplants. So either way, there's going to be gender affirming care done, and it's either going to be testosterone to fill out my frame or hair transplant to fill out my temples. Would you say you're something of a scientist, Maul? Jomi, I would say I literally got a degree in engineering. So a little bit, yes. Kind of, yes. I feel like buff Maul is just going to look like a giant. Oh yeah, if I got buff, I would be I would be big, large, McHuge, because I'm 6'4". So like me buff. Now before I Google this, I want everyone to be so fucking cool that I am not going to get this buff because it would be incredibly fucking difficult. But if I were to magically get incredibly buff, I turn into this guy. I need Alan Richson next to somebody else. Yeah, peak mask. I am... No, please! I think me and him are about the same height. But he is like fucking, I don't know, maybe he's 250 or something. But he's incredibly jacked. And you're saying this is a... No, this would be awesome. I'm saying that I don't have the same fucking discipline to get this ripped. I'm just saying that... I'm saying my version of getting ripped is not going to be enough to get Alan Richson ripped. But like the most ripped I could be would be Alan Richson. That's not 250. That's near 280. Yeah, I believe that. You know what? You right. But yeah, this dude is big as shit. I just got here. Why are we looking at Alan Richardson and why don't we do it more often? So we were talking about, somebody was like, hey, Maldhound, why don't you go bald? And so I was like, oh, well, because my skull looks like the Green Goblin. So if I was to go bald, I would also have to get jacked. And people were like, if you were jacked, wouldn't you look like a giant? And I would be like, yeah, I'd look like Alan Richardson because Alan Richardson and I are about the same height. All of chat is gay for men, LMAO. And now the circle meets the square on my audience. Yeah, Stifey. I mean, it would not be hard for me to eat the calories to get this big. It would be very difficult for me to control the macros and work out enough with my current life schedule. Because when I was rowing, I would eat like 7 to 10,000 calories a day, and so the diet for this would not be alien to me. The amount of training you have to do and the amount of like recovering I would have to do, that is what I doubt I have the current cojones for with my existing schedule. Gotta start shutting down and get ready to commute home, by which point Mald might finish vamping. How many calories do you need to stay as big and jacked as this guy? So Nostros, it depends on if you're just trying to maintain or if you're still like working out really heavily. If you're like well north of 3,000, but I don't think you need like 6,000-ish calories is when you're starting to do, you have to be really actively training and you have to be doing quite a fucking lot of work. I think if you were doing, I would put maintenance, God, I'm gonna guess like 3,000 to 3,500. It might be a little bit more than that. But I think like the amount of food this dude is eating, like probably the crushing part of it is making sure all of it's good food. But to just support 280 pounds of mass, or around 280 pounds of mass, I would stab in the dark 3 to 3.5 thousand calories a day. And then if you're still like training a lot, trying to get stronger, doing a bunch of cardio, then you keep, stacking on more calories on top of it. Bro is probably spending 200 a week on groceries minimum. Oh no, I would like, God, this dude's grocery bill is probably like, if he's eating good, it's like 10 pound, need like 3 pounds a day. I would say like 500-600 a week minimum. If you were eating, because if I was gonna try to get big like this, I would not be eating a ton of chicken, but I would be eating a ton of like steak and fish. And if you were gonna eat a ton of steak, fish, and eggs, all the like rice and pasta you have is very, very cheap. But then you also want like fresh vegetables and fresh fruit. It's like you're dropping like, really possible to drop like 100 a day. Just on food. Yeah, to get high quality whole foods is like crazy expensive. Liver King disagrees with you, so what now? Now I get to know I'm right, because that dude is a fucking dickhead. I have the highest quality beans for my protein. Felix, thank you for the $10 tip, my friend. I guess that's also the dog pile. Ah, yes, the requests are coming through to actually do magic. All right, we've done the smasher passes. We're starting with Rukak, then we're doing drivetrain. So for those of you who have never been to one of these streams before, after a clean 90 minutes of talking about random bullshit, we talk about the decks that the Ko-Fi and Patreon supporters have sent in. What I need from you is a primer, a deck list, and a power rating, but we do not accept 1 through 10 because it's wrong and bad. We can work within the confines of the WotC bracket system, but what we prefer is the silly to spooky to scary rating, a scale originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE. It is a measure of how ominous your average turn is to somebody who knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to the gameplay. Now, the most important part we judge you on is primer. Your primer is a 1-paragraph description of how you think the deck plays, or if it's a work in progress, how you want it to play. If you tell me confidently how your deck plays and you are a little liar bitch, I'm going to vine boom you. But if it's a work in progress, or you're a bastard and you tell me in the primer that you're a bastard, we'll be cool. Or if you're Alec Man, you send in a PhD doctoral defense. And then MLP, Z is non-binary, but they're okay with being referred to as my girlfriend. So without further ado, let's move on to Rukak's deck. It's listed as scary. This is my most successful deck as a former Cobblade player. After Jace and Stoneforge Mystic were unbanned, I began tinkering. I also ran the Geistpike variant of Delver in Standard. Alright, using half of these words has disqualified the average Commander player from knowing what the fuck you're talking about. So for the purposes of the YouTube video, I'm just going to say, this guy is real. This guy has played actual Magic. I remembered the oppressive force Traft is without a sword, so I tested him in the deck and found him to be just a miserable threat when unblockable. Meddling Mage creates headaches for our opponents. Oh, this is a 60-card deck by picking combo pieces or the scant removal which can affect Traft. A light control package also causes frustration, but this deck plays more like Abzan mid-range than a true control deck. Each control piece has to be played strategically and never sit back on your heels. The control package is to facilitate an aggressive strategy, or we will run out of oppressive options quickly. I haven't updated this deck in years, but in 2022, I was dominating my local tables to a ridiculous level with this machine. I'd like to update it before I bring it back out of retirement. So, Rukak, first and foremost, Modern, haven't updated it since 2022. Mango, if this one makes the video, can you please have Rukak's name in letters and then the Modern Horizons 3 logo jumping on him and stamping him into the ground like it's that one like THX opening that was in all the Pixar films, like just stepping on the motherfucker, because that's what's going to happen to you, Rukak. I want you to be so aware. That's what's going to happen to you if you bring out the fucking 2022 time capsule, dust it off against the shit that was unleashed by Modern Horizons 3. Okay, so stuff we're doing. We have Meddling Mage to shut off specific cards. We have a 2/2 that can make a 4/4 flying that attacks. And then we have swords to presumably make them unblockable from whatever deck our opponent is playing. Now this is the off rip. This looks very much like a torture chamber rather than a deck you could actually play in an event. Which, if you want to play it at your local tables, yeah, you are a sleep paralysis demon. The immediate problem that I'm identifying with it is when we're doing Meddling Mage plus Stoneforge Mystic to tutor for a specific sword to then facilitate our entire game plan, it requires, one, we have intimate knowledge of everybody we're playing against. If you have incredibly intimate, like if you know I'm playing Tony, Tony's got a combo deck that resolves around insert name that I am deleting from the universe with Meddling Mage, and I know that all of their removal is black, or I know that all of their removal is blue, then we can probably get away with this. But otherwise, Modern is such a crazy fast format that by the time you identify what you need to be proactively doing, you have already lost game 1. And if you mulligan to it game 2, I still think today, like, let's look at what's common in Modern right now. Oh my god. Let's go to Modern. So, fucking grinding station, dude? Alright. So your deck is... Like, you could name what? Can you stop? Yeah, you can stop grinding station from getting cast. The deck has breach. The deck has a little bit of removal. Can I... Yeah, let's export this. And we're gonna make... we're gonna make a Moxfield deck. And we're just gonna do a fake head-to-head playtest. Can we fucking stop? Okay, let's go back to Moxfield. And this is unfortunately the same sad story that always happens anytime somebody thinks they have like a particularly cracked Modern list, is it probably is cracked against Jerry. Anytime you think that you have learned the secret, what you've probably done is you have figured out your local meta, which is a thing you can be proud of. It is a thing to be proud of. It is a difficult thing for most people, and it is cool. And you may even be able to still play the deck in that meta nowadays. But when it comes to like, I'm going to bring this out of retirement, it's very much the symptom of like, you are the best Smash Bros. Player in your neighborhood, which means you are in the bottom 1% of Smash Bros. Players worldwide. If you have spent 2 weeks, or you have spent years even, beating the shit out of your little brother with your Fox on Dreamland, and you're going to go to one tournament and you're getting drowned in pools. You are getting put down like a fucking animal. Like, let me... So we have bad Modern. God damn it, this didn't correctly... Alright, let me pull up the sideboard. So we need to pull out of this motherfucker all the consigned to memories. The Flames of Anor. The Jace, fuck that guy. The Kappa Cannoneer. The Nature's Claim. All of these, which, by the way, would fucking sink you. Kappa Cannoneer, your whole life is fucked. Spell Snare, your life is fucked. Strict Serenade, your life is fucked. And we're missing... Oh, Beseju Who Endures. Beseju also fucks up your entire life. So we can talk about like maybe you steal a game or steal game 1. I still think stealing game 1 is unlikely because it requires you to know, you need to have like preternatural knowledge of what's going to happen. So this deck, wait, I'm about to play this deck when I don't know how the fucking grinding station combo plays. Does this do what, 1 damage? Oh no, you're milling. I guess I'm probably milling you because oh no, we have Thassa's. I'm milling myself. Okay. I will keep a bullshit infinite land hand. I do Tamiyo's. I fetch. I don't know what any of the lands are. I get Hedge Mage. Hedge Maze. Goes into the fucking graveyard. I swing this. I make a clue. I preordain. I put grinding station on top, Tamio to bottom, and I draw it. Play Misty, crack it for stomping. Do I not have any other fucking stomping grounds? Please? Oh no, I'm an idiot. Oh no. So I think we can still get steam vents. Play these two. Mill 4. And then we draw, we would tap 1, 2, 3. Oh, so we untap when playing this. I'm not even doing this right, but I'm gonna sack it just to mill. So it's turn 4. We stomping ground again. Do we have anything big worth replaying other than maybe like Mox Opal? Or actually, we wouldn't play Stomping Grounds. We would probably play like Shifting Woodland. Tap this to replay Mox Opal. On ETB, we get the untap trigger. We tap this to float a green. We sack it, mill 3. Turn this into an artifact. Mishra's enters. We untap this, tap this to kill this, mill 3. Sack this to draw a card on upkeep. I've fucked this up enough that this seems like the aggro deck. Oh yeah, never mind. We turn Shifting Woodland. Never mind. We turn Shifting Woodland into Underworld Breach, and then you fucking lose. So if they keep a 5-land hand, you can beat that. So let's see what your deck's on. Okay, we can play Stoneforge. We got a creature land. We do nothing turn 1. Or I guess we would have played one of the creature lands turn 1. And then turn 2 we do this. We do Stoneforge Mystic. We get a sword. I'm going to get Fire and Ice because we don't know what we're playing against. Turn 3 we can play... Oh wait, we control plains or an island, so actually we would do the thing that lets us play untapped magic. We do Geist of Saint Traft on turn 3. We could... Hey, we get to swing for 1, because I'm nice like that. Turn 4, we play tapped, and now we're at the position of like, if we don't hold up a counter spell, we probably lose. And so we can't put I guess we play through turn. If we have to counterspell something, we're fucked. If we don't have to counterspell something, on the other person's end step we can put the sword down, which doesn't equip it, but we have it on field. We can equip it. So now we have a 4/4 unblockable. Now we deal 10 damage a swing. That's not bad. I mean, it's turn 5, so it's pretty bad. But that's not like... I don't think it's totally out of the question, but you are... This is just a home video of you beating up your little brother. Like, we have to hold up counterspell mana while we do this. So let's pretend that I tap correctly. We have to hold up 2 blue. I think there are a couple decks you beat, but a lot of your I mean, force is good. But you're trying to win the honest way, and modern has not been honest for a good long time. What you're doing is you are like spite playing everybody that you know personally, which is based. We need more people who are willing to like go out and do research and figure out what their friends are doing and how to counter that very, very specifically. Not that bad, followed by this is just a video of you beating up your younger brother is wild. Well, I mean, that's how tight the margins are in modern, though. Like, I've played Pioneer, and like Modern's faster than Pioneer, which is faster than Standard. And even if Standard was like turn 5, I have a scary combat threat. That's like some 2015 shit. That is 2015 shit right there. And even if... Yeah, like, this hand wins if we know exactly what we have to name with Meddling Mage. I think that is the core assumption that the deck is built around that I don't particularly like, but I do understand why you like it, and I think these decks are very, very satisfying to play. Like, this deck is you being Maximilian Pegasus and going, before we start our duel, Yugi boy, I'd like to introduce one more rule. You automatically lose if at any point you have 3 testicles in play, and then old Yugi 3 balls just explodes and you win the anime. Like, I think that's a very satisfying thing to do on a personal level, and I think it would probably work at FNMs, but you don't have a fucking prayer when you have to play against anybody but Yugi 3 balls. I think the deck would do better in Pioneer, and I don't think it'd be good enough there either. Meddling Mage is way better turn 2 in a blind matchup. In a known matchup, I have turn 2 Meddling Mage, opponent scoops. I think that is your experience is being colored by how easily your brother cries uncle. Like, all we can learn from this deck is that you are a maniac who hates the people around you. You are like a local Boy Scout troop leader, except you knock over mailboxes, you spread raccoon shit on people's front steps. Like, your Meddling Mage opponent scoops says infinitely more about the people you play against than it does about the playability of your deck. As I have seen how I have not played enough Modern myself because it's fucking evil, but I have seen enough Modern played to know that this is like very, very much a meta call. And if you get the meta call right, hell yeah. But if you don't, in aggregate, this deck is like 9 times out of 10, somebody combos off in my fucking face. See, the problem is you do turn 2 Meddling Mage, you don't name Fatal Push, then they Fatal Push you, and you fucking die. Ubin, I have not seen Azorius Hammer Time. I don't see it right here. Like, I think in Modern probably has the highest concentration of decks that don't work being propped up as if they do. Modern has enough powerful cards in it that you can put together a lot of lists that look like they might work, and you can get individual playtests where they look pretty good, and maybe it's this affinity list, but in aggregate they suck. This has Shadow Spear, but it does not look like this is our beloved Hammer Time list. And so versus things like Boros Energy, Amulet Titan, Grinding Station, I think Boros Energy probably outraces you or just like removes your important stuff. Back in the day, the biggest threat was Tronless. All right, get back in the fucking nursing home, Grandpa. Get back in the fucking nursing home. If you want to I think you can probably make a Geist of St. Traff deck that works at locals. I think almost anything can work at locals if you are just willing to read more cards than your opponents are. Because if you study decks and you study what people are playing, then you can get a lot of like, okay, turn 2 Meddling Mage, you hold your dick in your hands for 3 turns, and that's just long enough for my old Catholic priest to stab you in the chest. But it's not Tron's time right now. Your greatest threat is currently below mono blue Goblin Charbelcher in terms of threat level. We have Dimir, we have fucking Hedron Crab Mill that's currently more relevant than Tron. We have Temur, we have Domain random stuff currently more relevant than Tron. Like the modern format has gotten power creeped a bazillion over the last couple years. 2022 is current enough to have played against Eldrazi lists and you just lose to a reality smasher. Let me look at this guy. I'm not sure if you just lose, but it's not great for you. I don't think you instantly lose to Reality Smasher coming down, because it's 5 damage turn 3 versus Traft, which is, I think Traft does, if you do fire and ice and you Traft turn 3, if you get perfect a second Reality Smasher, you do just lose. But in an absolutely perfect world, you nut draw, hey, I do Stoneforge Mystic, I tutor a sword. Turn 3, I play Geist. Turn 4, I put the sword onto the battlefield for 2, equip it for my other 2, swing, I deal 8, Sword of Fire and Ice, I deal 2 more, I've dealt 10 to you, then I can kill you turn 5. Like, this deck is nobody interacts with me, I get exactly what I need, I kill you turn 5. Which is like, you know, when your main guy is hexproof is not the worst thing in the entire world, but I do think it is like worse than standard mice. If that's our that hurt. That's honestly what hurts the most. Is we're like, I have this very persnickety aggro control list. Perfect world. I kill you half as quickly as standard mice. My guy. Things like Reality Smasher back in the day came down slow enough I could side in Thalia, and that would usually cripple Eldrazi decks. So this is how much Rukak used to bench press in college deck. This is the like, oh no, back in my day when we played fair football, you know, when we didn't have any of these fake punts, these deflated pigskins. You know, when we were working fundamentals, I was a terror on the field. I was unstoppable. You would try to turn 4, smash my reality. I would tell you, oh, how would you walk that boy down a path to exile, and then I'd get him. I'd kill him dead. Nothing left of him. They wouldn't even come back game 2. They'd sideboard. I'd name that shit Meddling Mage turn 2 every day of my life. I've named your win con with Meddling Mage more times than you've had a hot meal, boy. I swear to God. Which is deeply depressing that this is 3 years hence. This is 3 years ago. And this deck was relevant. I doubt it is. I think you can still win with it. But I think if you were going to bring it back out, I don't even know what you change other than just like the way you make this deck better is presumably by engaging in corporate espionage. If you know ahead of time exactly what you need to name for meddling mage and you just fucking rip it game 1 every time, I believe in your ability to win game 1. And then game 2 and 3, you just have to get like crazy fucking lucky. True, that's how we saved the deck. That's how we saved the deck. Turn 1, give me your fucking grippers. Too bad. Too bad, though. Dead game. Dead game. So if you could get probe, I would unironically believe in this deck quite a bit more. If you talk to Gavin Verhey, he might be so sympathetic to your plight that he might unban get probe just for you. But as it stands, I think this is a tremendously good meta call to punch Justin in the face. There are many Justins of the world who want to do slow Johnny combo bullshit, and they deserve to have a Bowie knife buried in their chests, and I think this is perfect for that. I don't think you could ever bring this to a tournament and have a reliable degree of success with it. I think you'd probably like maybe you win a one-off modern challenge with it, because fucking anything can 5-0 nowadays, because you just need to get lucky a few times. You just need to be playing against a couple people who are totally fucking asleep. But I think in a best of 3 format against other people who are awake, the math is really against you in aggregate. This is some retirement home shit you've got right here, Rukak. So I'm going to give you Tune Spiteful, because I see the vision, and I like the vision, and I think the deck does work. The deck does work, just not well enough. You've brought in a like pretty good car that has a few 2,000 many miles on it, and you're like, can this go Formula 1? And we're all, sir, this is a Honda Civic. It could drive fast. But if you bring it out of retirement, I think it's out of retirement only at the local level. And even when you describe it in your primer, like you're describing it as someone who, I know exactly what my enemies are going to do at every stage of the game. And if you know that, I totally believe you that this is one of the most fun decks you can play in the world. It was Mike Tyson back in the day, but now it's Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul today is what you're saying? Yes, it was Mike Tyson. It is still Mike Tyson, but now it's Mike Tyson derogatory. All right, and then Drivetrain. You were here, my friend. The pre-roll demons are back, so I need to hit another manual ad break, and then we will get our boy Drivetrain up in here. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom, everybody. Mald, can we turn up the background music 1 tick? It feeds my soul. Yeah, hold on. Excellent, Drivetrain. You were here. I've turned up the background music a full decibel. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Okay, shitbirds. Why am I getting a depressing minute-long Alzheimer's ad? Because it's never too early to begin worrying about how bad the end of your life is going to be, Jummybug. It's never too early in the day, the week, the month, or the year to begin stressing over things you mostly can't control. It could get really bad for no reason at any point. And that's why you should pass the time listening to me, Maldius J. Hound. My sweet, sweet dulcet tones will hold your myelin sheaths together. They won't, but we can pretend. Yeah, I think Alzheimer's dementia is also one of my biggest fears. It's a incredibly crippling, depressing disease, and there's like basically nothing you can do about it. It's horrifying. Not my myelin! Yeah, I'm gonna sell it for pennies, drivetrain. The thing is, what I was told, if you have it, you don't really realize it, and it just sucks for those around you. Yes, it's very, very hard on the people who are your caregivers and the people who are around you, because as the person with it, you just kind of end up like lost for a lot of your time. And so it's not even like a disease where you can all mourn together. It is, and that's why it's so horrifying, is that if you get it, you do just kind of end up afloat in this sea of not really knowing what's going on. And the people that miss you or want to say goodbye to you can't get in touch with you. It's awful. It's terrible. Just like Drivetrain's deck, but not in the same way. This is a spooky deck. First off, Mauled. I did steal the title and theme behind the deck from the comment, motherfucker, from the comment you made during the Aether Drift Commander Precon review video. Funny enough, I had just finished theory crafting the deck when I watched your video, and it convinced me to take the plunge and get the cards for it. It's loads of fun to play. The idea here is to find your win con in your opponent's decks. Oh my heart. There's a bunch of ways to steal your opponent's cards. The lone exception to this is Reb's stealing ability, which is the only way where you have to actually pay mana instead of trading life. Yada, 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 yada. A lot of little shitheads. Very important to slow down anyone who sees us as the threat early on. There's not much we can do about direct damage, but there's plenty of steal options here, so if we lose one or two sources of theft, honest income, it's not the end of the world. Okay, so we're ramp heavy. We're on group thug with Ganti, which, first and foremost, everybody, theft is based. I love theft. It's going to sound in what follows like I don't like theft. There's going to be a lot of words thrown around. Like, hey, this deck sucks. Hey, why doesn't this deck do anything? Hey, Drivetrain, I don't like you as a person. None of that's personal. None of that's personal. But what we do need to understand is a big hurdle theft has to get over is the game punishes you for being good at your job. And that's because the game was made by a bunch of fuck-ass corpos. Because what happens if you are good at theft, if any of your opponents die, you lose what you stole. They don't let you keep shit. If they let you keep shit, theft would be much, much more viable. But a big issue is when you do theft, you have to spread the love, because as soon as people start dying, you lose all the shit you stole. So with that context, whenever anybody casts a spell they don't own, they make a treasure. Whenever any creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, you steal the top card of their library. Back to work, peasants. I'm not a trillionaire yet. I do. Lifelink is good. This is one of those situations where I will say life gain's okay, primarily because we are never going to be blocking. We have to be stealing at all times. And the only way to offset the life we're going to lose to all of these pissed off billionaires who try to swing back is by gaining some life. I own every... My boy. I didn't know you had the bimbo dragon. My boy. Okay. Hold on, everybody. Let's get into the right mood for this. So we got Arvinox the Mind Flail. Amazing. My favorite. I've never had this card hit anything but basic lands and unplayable dog shit, but this is my boy. This is my boy, and I love you for it. What's Bismuth do? Devoid Menace. Whenever it deals combat damage, exile from the top till they hit a non-land. You may cast it by paying life. I love taking things. I love taking things. I love stealing. Amazing. The other bimbo dragon. The other bimbo dragon. We get the top. We get the top and we get the bottom. Both ends. Perfect. 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 We're not about to control C, control V this deck because it sucks. I want to be so clear about that real quick. I would not copy this deck because I play good decks and this deck is bad. I just love it. Hence the glasses. Laws don't apply to me. Alright, so this is actually a kind of low number of shadow creatures. Like, this is fewer unblockables than I would have expected for a deck like this. But we do have a couple... You got some board-wide intimidation campaign. I like it. I like that. Roadblocks to success for you, not me. Goad. No. Hold on. Stop the music. Stop the music. Hold on. No. No, drivetrain. We're not goading them. Goad is good, but when you are in group thug, goad is just an admission that you are a bad gaslighter. If you are in a deck that is otherwise meant to incentivize your opponents to beat the shit out of each other, like with Ganti Theft, and if you cannot convince the dragon player, hey, if you bite that guy, you will get money and you will exile their counterspell, you do not deserve the alliance with the dragon player. Same goes, insert whatever shithead combat deck you are trying to get on your side. Ganti should be enough, or you need to go back to business school. Crawl space is a little bit cowardly, but I do get it because you are a rat. Okay, all right. I love cunning rhetoric. All right, Mango, cut the music back on. We back in it. Okay. We're back. Okay, so cunning rhetoric is good. Stealing, always good. What does Dread do? Whenever creature... Yeah, fuck these people. Fuck these people. It's a... If nothing else, 6/6 with fear. Again, same thing. Cowardly. We don't need propaganda. Okay, we do not need propaganda. We are mono black. We convince people with smooches and guns to their head. Those are the only two ways we get people to do our bidding. We do not ask people for a donation before they hit us. We say, hit me if you must. I will not be responsible for what follows. And then they sleep with the fucking fishes. So for that reason, I'm fine with no mercy. Here's the deeper, more analytical reason I don't like Goad in this deck, even though I do like Goad overall. A big problem this deck is going to have is what happens when I get to the 1v1. All theft decks have this problem where if you are not spreading the love equally, you lose your resources as players go out of the game. So if you're the theft deck, once you get down to the 1v1, it's very likely that you have been losing resources as the game goes on, and the other person has been gaining resources. If your attempt at controlling how the board is swinging is being done through Goad, this only deepens your difficulty in navigating the 1v1, because what happens if you end up 1v1ing against somebody you've goaded? They have a buff death touch creature. Our answer to that is our own dick explodes. And not every deck has to win every single game of Commander, but I think where we can, we should be building to win rather than to lose. And do you know what does just as good a job as Goad of getting people to do what you want with their creatures? You flash them one of these, and you say, nice creature, it would be a real shame. It would be a real shame if something happened to it, but I have a tremendous deal for you, my man. If you hit Jimmy over there, you'll get a treasure, you'll get Jimmy's shoes, and nothing has to happen to your Llanowar elf. Okay? We can all be happy. We can all go to the barbecue, rich, sunscreened, getting our vitamin D, not getting our vitamin C for casket, you stupid fuck. So that's why I bit aside. I like what Dread is doing. I like what No Mercy is doing. I do not like what Koskun Falls is doing, and I do not like what Goad is doing, because it is setting you up to fail as you get later in the game and you begin losing control over the board. Revenge of Ravens is like okay. I struggle to imagine that there's not just a better option, but this is like an alright flavor of effect. I just think we probably have a better card versus things like Parasitic Impetus, Parasitic Impetus, Koskun Falls, Ghoulish Impetus, and Bloodthirsty Blade. I think is the wrong style of effect to be in. If you're in a 1v1 and an opponent's creature is goaded, does that mean it can't attack? No, it's red. If you goad something and you are in a 1v1, that creature still must attack, but if you are the only option, it will attack you. Okay, we are typical mono black land base. I have 30 swamps, and I have the one card that says, actually, I fucking cheat at Magic now. I have infinite mana. Suck my dick about it. Unfortunate workforce reduction. So here's our board wiped. Oh, Undaunted. Okay. Undaunted is good. Blood Money's fine. Yeah, Doomblade, the normal shit. Heartless Conscription. More removal, more removal. So this is the type of stuff where I would rather see 4 more things in here than I would see the Goad. Unfair advantages for the Nepo baby. Cage Sun. Sure, fuck it. We don't have other bombs in this deck. Sure, fuck it. We don't have other bombs in this deck. I can't help but notice, my brother in Christ, can you draw a single card in this deck? Can you draw... Are we doing the Tristan top deck? Are we Tristan top decking our opponents and believing they're gonna have it? I see Black Market. Oh, okay. So now I know what we're replacing these 4 with. Oh, you motherfucker. It's all draw from everyone else's decks. So you built it to not work on purpose. You know that is the opposite of typical mob operations, right? You know the opposite of typical mob operations is what if this What if this did not work on purpose? Oh, look a fish. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We trained him wrong as a joke. So I think the... So Drivetrain, you have fallen into one of the really common traps that a lot of deck builders fall into, which is to go, if I want to make this deck funny, I should reduce its power by making it insanely variable, which is what you have done here. When you cut off a deck's ability to draw cards, when you cut off a deck's ability to ramp appropriately, you, God bless your soul, have enough lands. But when you cut off the things that make a deck consistent in an effort to make it less powerful, you just make it unwieldy. Now, there is some give and take. Drivetrain, if you don't mind me asking, how often do you get to play Commander? Because this is actually more fine the more you play Commander. If you are sitting down at the dopamine slot machine 5 times a week, then I'm more okay with you going bust 4 out of 5 and getting to bust the last 1 out of 5. But if you're not someone who gets to play Commander really, really often, it's way, way better to have a deck that is more consistent than a deck that is just like shooting for the moon. Is there such a thing as a powerful theft deck? Not really, Frosty Firm, but that doesn't mean it can't still be a fun and reliable theft deck. Like if we're imagining, if we go back to the car analogy from earlier in the stream, theft decks are never going to be Formula 1, but they can be classics. They can be vibes. They can be incredibly good drives around the town. And this deck was built, and when they got to the section where they were like, hey, cars need coolant, they looked at the mechanic and went, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then the engine fucking exploded. That is what my current problem is. So I do think we want some type of internal draw for if things are going wrong. Because what if, like, God forbid, somebody does think you're the threat? Do we just roll over and die and be like, well, I guess this Commander game sucks? I don't want that to have to be an option in your toolbox of cry in a corner while I wait for the next game. But let's see how you playtest. You hateful little bitch. I missed Douthie. You hateful little bitch. Perfect. So turn 2, we Douthie. Every CDH player in the tri-state area pisses themselves, and every pre-con player doesn't know why this is a big deal. Okay, we extra planar lens, we Ganti. Cookery, Mango, turn the love music back on. We're going to do face down tokens to represent all the theft hits we get from Ganti. This is going to be kind of hard to playtest in a really meaningful way because we do not have other actual decks to steal from. But that's going to be how we do our best. So we have up to 4 mana we can tap. And now we have like again, what the fuck? We're tapping down our creatures. This is the least crash out card imaginable. We're going to play this and be like, oh, please don't hit me. I'll tap down my swing. I'll stop stealing if you just pay 2 every time you hit me. You have a gun. Reveal the gun. Every theft player, every player who plays a politics-driven strategy needs to understand the power of revealing cards as a free action. Everybody wants to get the dopamine associated with revealing their trap card. It is so much more effective to slide the trap card across the table to the person you want to influence and go, it doesn't have to be you. It does not have to be you, but it could. So if this was even just like a second copy of Lethal Scheme, I'd feel better about it. We probably don't want to convoke because we want to swing these assholes. So we swing these assholes. We Lethal Scheme something without convoking. We get 2 more. Can we do lands from this? Yeah, we can. I'll say at least one of these is a land. It's probably not a swamp, but we have at least one additional land from this. We're up to 5 mana. And now we have Gix. Hell yeah. Do you know how good our life is about to be because we're drawing some motherfucking cards? So we swing this guy. We swing this guy. We reveal this as a free action to somebody and be like, doesn't have to be you. We get to pay 2 life, draw 2 cards. Bam, bam. I'll say we don't hit another land. And now we can Elder Brain. Tremendous. Tremendous. So Drivetrain, this fucks. Objectively. This fucks. It requires a decent amount of playing the table. I do want to draw your attention to the fact that the 2 cards that are making this fuck crazy, well, the 3 cards, we get Extra Planar Lens, which is de facto ramp. We get a way to draw additional cards, and we have one of our unblockables. Like, those are the 3 pillars that our deck has to be built around. Is we get the swing in, we have a way to make a ton of mana, we have a way to draw a ton of cards. Because an important thing to keep track of, if we don't get Extra Planar Lens, this entire hand is fucked. Because we miss so many land drops that we never get to play our commander. We get to play Gix like turn 7. And we can't hold up barely any of the removal that we did. Like, this hand is just flatly unkeepable because it doesn't have enough lands. And now look at us. Oh, look, we have a fucking goad piece. Isn't that fun? Oh, look, we have more goad. Isn't that helpful? Now we have this guy. Now we have Negus of the Coffers, but it's turn 5. The Stompy player is already on the verge of eating our asshole inside out. We probably hold back Rev to prepare to Blood Money. Best thing we can do, turn 5, turn 6, is goad someone else's thing to let them start playing Magic. This is like written in the stars, perfect back-to-back playtest for how hard this deck can fuck and how flat it can fall. I mean, goading the Stompy is like, it's whatever, Terrence. Like, goading the Stompy to keep it away from us is also achieved by revealing Lethal Scheme as a free action and threatening to make their dinosaurs sleep with the fishes. Drivetrain, I'm going to echo what Hanasos is saying, which is at least a little bit of this should be focused more on, I would want to see like 1 or 2 more unblockable little shitheads. You almost certainly have to mulligan to having an unblockable shithead for this deck to function ever. I don't think mulliganing to Intimidation is the same thing as mulliganing to an unblockable shithead. You at all times want to have a starting hand that says, before I play Ganti, I will have played something that cannot be blocked. In terms of card draw, I think whether you go engine or whether you go one-off, I think that's up to you. I think it depends on how much of your deck you want to play versus how much of your opponent's decks you want to play. I typically want to play more of my own deck, and I like the theft to be the cherry on top. But if you're like, I want this to be show and tell, but I show your tell as much as I can, then it can be things like, fuck, my starting hand was okay, but I'm missing a land drop. Let me go find this land drop. I would also recommend, I was going to get to the Valgavoth recommendation, but I would really recommend at least 1 bomb that does not only work because of theft to begin addressing the 1v1 problem. Like, we all want really thematic commander decks, but a thematic commander deck at the cost of falling over dead in like a very real situation that comes up in Commander, not worth it. Or at least not worth it in Gen Pop. Can be worth it in certain dedicated friend groups where you know that's the vibe, but I would never recommend in Gen Pop being like, oh, here's my funny theme deck, it doesn't function. Or it doesn't function if I land on the Bowser space, that in this case is the most common situation in every Commander game. So I would recommend Mothra to that end. Because what this does has the potential to steal. It has the Douthie Voidwalker text, but is also a 9/9 with lifelink. This is a tremendous creature where if you get late in the game, you can slam this down, and it still does do theft, but it will be fucking good. It's okay. I'm giving you express permission to play a good card in your funny deck. It will still be funny. It will still be funny. Helios Speed Demon could definitely work here. I googled your name instead of the card. And I want to be so clear, not a good card. If you're like, no, I don't want to play the good cards, I want the deck to be bad, don't fear. This is not going to change that if you play it. But this would be another thing that is at least thematic to the crash out version of your deck. It would potentially have you drawing a ton of cards, but it's not going to get started particularly quickly. And you do have a deck that would be built to try and get your speed up to 2 the turn you play it, and then you draw 2, then the next turn you draw 3. So it's a good incentivizer. The Last Ride is the new black vehicle. This is a deck where I would not recommend the Last Ride. This is not a deck that has a tremendous amount of mana that it wants to be throwing around. This is a deck that wants to be spending turn 1 and 2 playing shitty little unblockable creatures. We don't want to be spending turn 1 and 2 playing a draw engine that we're never going to have the money to pay into. Call of the Ring, also highly playable. Ring Tempting, huge in this deck. Because you can take Ganti as your ring bearer. It would get you draw discard. It would get you another payoff for crashing out. It would de-incentivize people to block you. So I would like this as another draw engine. So I think Valgavoth, this, Speed Demon. Yeah, your Douthies can be the ring bearers as well, but they're already unblockable. So they don't really, the Douthies don't need the help of Call of the Ring, but Call of the Ring could allow you to swing with your commander without having him be promptly beaten to death with hammers. Like, look at that. That's not the fit of a man who can fight. Okay? He's not built for this shit, but you can mold him for this shit. Drivetrain, Phyrexian Arena, also perfectly fine. I think it is the least thematic of the things that we have suggested, but it is totally fine. And again, I give you permission to just play the card that is good. Having a splashy Rise of the Dark Realms kind of effect could be functional on theme. I think no. I'm a noted Rise of the Dark Realms lover. I recommend it basically all the time. But if the rest of our deck is theft, I think our big bombs should be cards that just work. I think the rest of our deck should be cards that just play good Magic. Because if we make our whole setup, this has to be like theft that I have to earn, I have to, I have to get my swings in, I have to convince the table not to beat me to death. Like, that's a lot of good, honest work, ironically. And if our bombs are also pulling from everybody else's thing. It's the same problem of we get to the end game and now 2/3 of the stuff that we have stolen has been exiled. I'm hearing that there is a card literally called Protection Racket. So I'm going to act up. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. Here we go. You say that, but if we're role-playing a misanthropic billionaire, Phyrexian Arena is obviously the fighting pit they throw the unhoused into to make them fight for amusement. Tell me I'm wrong. I can't, but I don't like how your mind works. So yeah, Protection Racket, Phyrexian Arena is probably good. I was talking with Elk and the Magic Mirror podcast about this the other day, but this is not necessarily a card I think you need. I do think it works as like legal advisor. If you have a bad mana curve, this card will fix you instantly. If you have an irresponsible, stupid mana curve that does not play good Magic the Gathering, forcing this man into as many of your decks as possible will change you as a person for the better. So you could at least try this 1 or 2 times. It is good card advantage, and it costs you life. You deserve that. You deserve to be costed life. Or the new and improved Darkstar Augur. Oh, true. Yeah, we could offspring this as well. And it's a flying. So honestly, Darkstar Augur is kind of cracked for multiple reasons here, because we get the Dark Confidant effect. Then we have another thing that, as flying, is like half unblockable. Dungeon Masters Consortium, you're totally right. Risky Shortcut is the best possible piece of card draw this deck could be running, or really any mono black deck could be running. It's going to look like you're being banned. That is a visual bug. But thank you for bringing up Risky Shortcut. Honestly, number one CEDH card draw spell in mono black. Bitter Blossom's okay, yeah. If we are hard up for guys, Bitter Blossom isn't bad. I think we probably have one too many theft-based bombs. We are already doing so much fucking stealing. We are already doing so much fucking thievery that I don't think all of our bombs have to also be thievery. I know at least one is going to be Valgavoth, which is just, hey, good giant moth that steals sometimes. But I think having like everything else be Arvinox, Brain Stealer, Elder Brain, Thieving Amalgam. I like Dread, but I'm thinking about this mostly from the perspective of how do we end the 1v1? If this deck is working and we've gotten to a situation where only one player is left, what do we do then? And I think cards like Valgavoth are good for it. And I'm trying to think of what else we can do that will at least remain somewhat on theme. But otherwise, like, we will steal enough. We have Brain Stealer Dragon. I don't like losing life. Shit. My bad, Riveteer, you got me. My fault. I will switch over to the overlay to the Weenie Hut Jr. Commander deck roasting for babies who don't like bad things happening to them, and then we can hook you up. I am a Gruul player? Of course you are. I bet you put Reliquary Tower in decks that don't even have card draw just so you never have to discard. Oh yeah, put this guy in. Put this guy in. Like if we have when we get to the 1v1, I just want guys that beat ass. I want guys that beat ass, and this is going to beat crazy ass in the 1v1. Show me this man. Zach Thorne, banned for recommending a 3-card combo. Oh wait, are you on YouTube? Yeah, you are. Fuck. I don't think I can funny ban people on YouTube, Zach, but pretend you're on Twitch. Pretend I banned you for recommending a 3-card synergy. So yeah, this guy would be good. He would be a much better bomb for the end game because he just hits fucking hard. And when we get to the end game bombs, it is much more important that all of our theft hits are guaranteed. In the early and mid game, we can risk Ganti not getting a guaranteed banger. End game, have to get guaranteed bangers. What about Lantern of Insight to incentivize drama? This is the worst card suggestion I have ever seen that I love with all my heart. Drivetrain, this is bad. It would make your deck worse. It would make your deck significantly worse. It would be fucking hilarious. It could be a problem for you because people know what you're about to play next. But in terms of the politics of group thug, everybody knowing what they could steal from everybody else, that's hot. Official Maldius J Hound seal of approval. That is hot tech. It is straight dookie. It is straight dookie from a power level perspective. In terms of from a vibes perspective, cannot be beat. Cannot be beaten. I would, yeah, cut a land for this shit. Cut Cabal coffers for Lantern of Insight. Who cares? Yeah, that's nice, and thank you very much. Come back wrong is removal on theme. It's on theme removal, but I think this is an example of we're stretching too far for theme because the theming of it does not meet the function of our deck even a little bit. And when we pick cards for theme, we want to make sure that they are at least like cousins of the functionality of what we're trying to do. If we had stuff where we were like for an Ayara deck, this is perfect. If you are doing like, I'm going to steal your thing and then I'm going to sacrifice it to hurt you, come back wrong, immaculate for that deck. Ganti, we don't have sacrifice. We don't have any way to give it haste to make it actually work with us. So this is like just doing it to twist the knife. And I think enough of the deck is already focused on twisting the knife. This is a bad suggestion, but you can run City of Shadows. Oh yeah, don't fucking do this. This is just like, you're going to look at this and you're going to be like, oh, but I could float 20 mana. It's pie in the sky, Christmas land. This is the sack of money that comes with the fairy blowjob. Do not be drawn in. Wait, there can be enough twisting the knife. Yes, contrary to popular belief, if you're focused exclusively on twisting and not enough on actually stabbing people, you just get friction burn. Most 14-year-old boys learn this very, very quickly, but obviously you yet have not. Yeah, and Drivetrain, this was another thing I wanted to bring up with you. This is probably a deck where, depending on your table's own attitude, scheming symmetry is quite funny. Quite funny. I know a lot of people hate tutors, but you cast this main phase 1, go to combat. Could be you. You could tutor something and you could rob somebody. So like these are the type of thematic picks we want, where it is thematic and it is actively doing something mechanically that we want to do. And that is the important crossover that we always want to be on. Am I doing my dumb, goofy thematic thing? And does the dumb, goofy thematic thing overlap at least somewhat with the mechanics of what my deck is operating on? Can we call it what it is, the Maeve Summer Night theme? I mean, I could call it that, but I think that's too deep a cut for this current audience. So I'm going to say right now, Drivetrain, this is just totally out of the picture. I think this is greedy, half and half greedy mechanic, greedy soap opera. Like, I think the mechanic you've chosen is very soap opera coded. And I think we're 1 foot in on, like, we are all in on theft, which I do love. But it is like quite a bad mechanic, and we're recommending a lot of like silly salt inducing cards to you. And so I think we can get it to be, so I just want to see it move a little bit over to tuned soap opera mechanic. I don't think it needs to move away from being a soap opera or being away from being on theft, but I think we can nudge it in the right direction with those cards like Valgavoth, with Lord of the Void, with slightly better card draw engines, protection racket for sure. Oh yeah, and then if you want to pitch a fucking grenade into your table, this is, again, this, unlike Lantern of Insight, actively opposed to how you want to play the game. But if you just want to chuck a fucking grenade, Coveted Jewel. This is the card you keep in a glass case when everybody's in a bad mood and you just want the game night to be as wacky as possible. You slot out a random card for Coveted Jewel, and every game is going to be fucked up. Every game is going to be fucked up immediately. I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this on a regular basis. I recommend this as like a little treat. This is your version of catnip. Use it responsibly. Do not play it every game, but try it every once in a while. It's quite a funny experience. And I think it's perfect for like the mobster theme, right? Like this is the MacGuffin. This is the big MacGuffin jewel. Monarch. So Jummy Bug, here's the thing about Monarch. Monarch is good for incentivizing hitting other people. What I have noticed in my personal data collection is oftentimes people hit you just as often for introducing Monarch as they do hit the person with Monarch. Like they want Monarch and they also want to punish you for playing cards that say Monarch on them. We've also got a random Smasher Pass. Do not, no, not Shakedown Heavy. That is a draft playable card. No. Immediate Pass. Even if they were hot, because they support literal slavery. Immediate Pass. Dude has the average Home Depot build. I love that we're all haters in this chat now. Not into whips, Maul? No, I'm not into... Alright, guys, listen. We can joke about me being vanilla all day, about me being a furry all day, about how much I love kissing men all day. But when I say I'm not going to sexualize this card because literal slavery, it has nothing to do with the whips. It has nothing to do with the goddamn whips. We're going to take a quick ad break while we wait for that guy, RLO. But if they're not here, we're going to continue doing shit. So don't you worry about that. I will see you all in just a moment. Okay, guys, business time. Business time. Mauled is dead. You fucking... Come on. Oh, this is a fake pocket. This is a fake pocket, you motherfuckers. Not you all. Not you all, obviously. The chair manufacturer. Alright, Mauled, can you think of a single zombie card you would, in fact, smash? Let's find one. Let's find one, Myth. Thank you for that personal question. Mr. Orion, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. I don't see Arlo. Gissa is a cop-out, because Gissa is just a hot bitch who's near zombies. Let's go to advanced. Is zombie, is creature, go. Let's see how long it takes us to find one. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. I'm counting this one as 2 no's. So 25, 26, 27. DMC got it with the 100 bits on Belby. Holy shit, this is technically a zombie? I'll tell you what's risen. Sorry. Imagine I did that on time. Guys, imagine if I did that shit on time, okay? Be cool. So that's an immediate yes on Belby. Damn, these guys are ugly. Damn, they're ugly. Oh, RLO's here. Perfect. You are right on time, my man. RLO has sent in a spooky deck. Play Lucius, throw him at your ops and their creatures until you draw Warstorm Surge or Impact Tremors. An Aristocrat's deck, but instead of relying on token generators and sacrifice outlets, it's fueled by an unkillable armored man with haste and my unyielding rage towards the very concept of forced sacrifice Aristocrats decks. Okay, that primer promises a lot. I like everything you're talking about in the primer. I think it's going to be very important to see if you can follow through. A trebuchet is a type of catapult that uses a rotating arm with a sling attached to the tip to launch a projectile. It was a common, powerful siege engine until the advent of gunpowder. The design of a trebuchet allows it to launch projectiles of greater weights, further distances than that of a traditional catapult. Here, hold this. So we have a 5-mana Rakdos commander, 5/3. When it dies, exile it and choose target creature an opponent controls. When that creature leaves the battlefield, return Lucius from exile to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay. That's interesting. That's pretty interesting. So we can chuck this guy, and then whenever a named creature gets killed, we get him back. Okay, I'm willing to hear you out. Yeah, you can get non-boat if the creature you pick... No, it's when that creature leaves. So you can get... Alec, you can? I'm not reading. I got a deck to read right now. Alright, 14 pieces of card advantage. Quite reasonable. And we're going to be sacrificing our commander a fair amount of the time. 34 lands is insane with a 5-mana commander, but you're saying we only have to cast him once. Making Goblin Bombardment just that much better. That's literally not true, but listen, man, I liked Thunder Junction Draft 2. How dare you play a turn 1 Soul Ring? Whenever enchanted artifact becomes tapped, its controller gets a poison counter. Alright. It's fucking goggles time. This deck rocks. This deck fucking rocks. How about some more fling triggers? Okay, so we deal damage equal to power whenever a legendary creature dies. Deal damage equal to power when thing dies. Turns out ETB effects are pretty good. And then we have quite a fucking lot of flings. What I'm slightly confused on, and I don't want this to seem harsh and untowards, because this is a tremendous amount of hating for a deck that I have no idea how it wins. Glasses are coming off. Glasses are coming off. So, let's see. Ashnods, I sacrifice, reassembling skeleton. I make a treasure, I return it, I float an extra colorless every time I do that, and then eventually I cast... This deck either dies a hero or lives long enough to see it become the boring Aristocrats deck that it hates. This is... So we have 94 or 93 cards of peak. And then we have... I win via infinite. Oh, we were so close. We were so close to just fucking greatness. And I was just a little bit confused. I was like, how do we bring this home and make this a functional commander deck? And then you go, by doing all the things I'm mad at the other Aristocrats decks from doing, you fuck-ass hypocrite. It's... I cannot commend this. I cannot commend this. No, I will pay it. I'm going to... I can't read, Conet. That sign can't stop me because I can't read because I am a fucking commander player. I might even forgive it if there was like, here's some Aristocrat synergies, whatever, but it being like the most straight up and down snooze fest Aristocrats win con possible after we talked all of this crazy shit about how dumb Aristocrats decks are. Ugh. Like, bro is Liver King. This is the Liver King deck. I usually win with Warstorm surge effects and attacking, then we will have no problem cutting this, huh? We will have no problem cutting this then. The infinite is for games that go too long. So my displeasure with that, I don't mind having hard outs in decks for games that go too long. What I mind very much is when we have games where we have to play bad on purpose to not ruin the vibe. Like, I think if we're doing things on purpose to preserve the vibe, I think it's always better to do those things in the deck building stage than it is to do them in the gameplay stage. And it's not necessarily easy to assemble in terms of like getting the 3 specific cards because you're not super heavy on tutors, but if we get the right hand, particularly when we have all of this fucking card advantage, this is like turn 4, I win. True, if we're worried about games going too long, clock has struck midnight, dog. Dad's home. Do something. You're getting tucked into bed. And again, I would mind it less also if we did not spend the other 93 cards acting morally superior to this. If we were just like, yeah, I fuck with aristocrats, but I also fuck with violence, I would still be clowning you, but not as hard as spending 94% of your deck going, fuck these lame-ass, honky-ass, no fire in their blood, having-ass aristocrats player who just do sacrifice loops. I'm different. Here is my infinite sacrifice loop to win the game. This deck is the definition of internalized homophobia, Siren. We don't have to do all that. This is the poster of incredibly oiled men in the locker of the homophobic high schooler. Like because the rest of it is quite funny. And I do believe that it can win without this, and that is what makes this even worse. That is what makes this even worse to me. Is we don't need it, but sometimes it just shows up and ruins the fucking vibe needlessly. So let me see how it plays. What the fuck card is this? Can I get some help? Is this Vampiric Rites or Deadly Rites or whatever, the like sack draw 2? Village Rites. Okay. So sack draw 2. So we get to, I mean, fuck it. Land, pass. We have a little bit of removal. Oh, we have straight up nothing to do in the early game. That's good. But we can Bale Merc. Oh, we could have Bale Merc turn 2. We get one part of our infinite into hand. Don't know how much I like that. So turn 4, we play an aristocrat. Time counters are coming off this guy. We play this just to get Lucius out quickly. We swing for 5. Or we probably wouldn't do Lucius. If we have terror in hand, we probably play terror such that Lucius gets the terror trigger. Bog it up. Commander, start punching people. So we've done some like relatively slow stuff. We Disciple of Bolas. We sack our commander. So now we've named a creature and we said, fuck you, Terrence. We draw 5. We now have 2 pieces of our infinite. We Ashnods. We probably Tragic Slip, whatever we named. So Lucius the Eternal comes back. I'm probably gonna Village Rights my fucking... I Village Rights my commander. Name another guy I hate. I'll just pay the full for Spark Harvest to get him back. Then we're stacking up Terror triggers. If I was really clever, I would have waited an extra turn to do this, and we would have had double. So we would have had Terror, and we would have had Where Ancients Tread. Then we have more removal. Oh, even more I hate the internet. Not the internet. Even more I hate the infinite now. Because this deck is not crazy. It's fun. It's fair. It is notably not insane. This is very, very, very like bracket 2, except sometimes turn 5 I win. Like it's so fair, and the fact that it's so fair does make me hate that sometimes we just go like, oops, I win. I'm a very, very big believer of, if you are going to play for the combo win, just play for the combo win. It is not merciful to combo win when the combo is so like relatively easy to do. Darebrand, the combo is just they have an infinite colorless, like the combo is also pretty bad, but that doesn't make it fair. That just makes it like really unlikely, and so it just means that, you know, you're never at a 0% chance of a goose shitting in your mouth is what this deck feels like. 95, maybe even 98% of the time, this deck is fucking awesome. This is a incredibly fair, incredibly fresh take on what aristocrats want to do. And then like fucking, man, 2% of the time, that goose is there, and that goose has just eaten Taco Bell, and it is fucking coming for you. But yeah, like Grim Haruspects, fuck you. I kill my own commander to then kill your shit, to then get my commander back, to then get an ETB trigger. That is like, I can support that Rube Goldberg machine. I love that Rube Goldberg machine. I don't even know that I would cut just Ixang. I'm kind of I think it's Exsanguinate is the for sure definitely cut this. But then I start to consider like how much different, because if you have the loop and then you have Grim Haruspects, it just becomes, okay, well I draw my whole deck and still float infinite mana anyway. I think cutting Exsanguinate is the cleanest way to deal with it. I do think you still end up with a loop that can sometimes feel bad, but feels much less bad than, okay, infinite mana, Exsanguinate, I kill you, shuffle up and play again. Because what I really don't want is, I don't want you to have the combo in hand and be like, oh, well, do I drop this combo now? Everyone, like, fucking Gary just cast Cultivate. The other player just cast back-to-back Mana Rocks and has 2 cards in hand. That's true. If you get to draw this entire deck and then win that way, it's still infinitely more fair than... because we don't have infinite colored mana, which is a notable difference. Yeah, I think I might cut the skeleton too. Even though, which I get feels like a weird cut because like the skeleton would deserve to be in this deck on principle. Like the skeleton is just a good pick for this type of deck, even if we don't have the combo. But I think it does feel better if you remove the possibility of the combo and just have two more. Because like really what I'm thinking of is the deck has no tutors and would probably, like, it would probably feel better if you had like Diabolic Tutor and you didn't have a combo that you had to avoid tutoring. Versus like, here's Doomday Excruciate. Like, this is the out button, right? If the game is going too long, this is a big flyer, you get card advantage, and we have like, for sure the game is going to end soon. Yeah, and we do have on-brand tutor for what the deck wants to do. If you're like morally opposed to tutors on principle, we can have a whole different lecture about that. Oh, we already have it. Never mind, we already have. So that's even, oh my god, I can't believe I fucking missed that. That's even worse for the combo. To have, I have a 2-mana tutor, but I have to on purpose pick in a competitive sense the wrong card. Like these are just internal moral quandaries we do not want to be subjecting ourselves to mid commander game. Would Demonic Council be good here? I don't know what that card is. I don't really think we need to. I don't think we have like a super strong desire to. Oh god, like this is so clever. Nobody's gonna have seen this card in the entirety of their fucking commander career. Sacrifice a creature, deal 2, draw a card. That is... Glasses are coming back out. And she can get it? Come on. What are we talking about? This is so hot. Don't piss all over this with an infinite. And you resisted the Siren Call of Grave Pact. Yeah, I fuck with so much of this deck. It's really just the last 2% of the goose shit. The closest thing to ramp I have in Rakdos. I do like Mahadi. I think that's clever. Technomancer's clever. Oh, I'll tell you. Here's what you can do. You know what you're gonna fucking love? Rather than the skeleton. What's up with it? What's up with it? Let's have some motion. We got all this shit. We got all this shit talking about, oh, make me treasures based off power. Oh, deal damage based off power. Oh, draw me cards based off power. This is a motherfucking house where God forbid, right? God forbid your commander does get removed. You have this 3 mana, like draw 7, make 7 treasures. You have so much shit you can get up to with Calaxion that's going to be perfectly on brand for the deck. So I think this fucks. I think this fucks up to high heaven for exactly what you want to do, and I think remains very fair. What about Patrick Star though? Motherfucker's too expensive. A shock and it's gone. Who gives a fuck about a shock? We're killing it first. You think I'm gonna give you the motherfucking chance to shock my guy before I go boing flip? Get out of here. Get out of here. And then yeah, you could do Yargle, but honestly, I want to change as little about this deck as I possibly can, because I really like it. I don't think it's particularly powerful, but I think it's very fair, and I think it's a very like good telegraphed time to play against that can still get up to some naughty business. And so I would do Calaxion for the reassembling skeleton, and I would do Doomsday Excruciator for the for Exsanguinate. And the rest of it, yeah, just let it rock. Like, you're low on lands, I don't know, whatever, mulligan. You got a lot of card draw, so I do believe in your ability to fix like a bad mulligan situation. Like you are a bitch. I do want to be so clear. You are a bitch. You are a bitch. You are a villain. You are foul. But you are like my kind of villain. You are my kind of miscreant. You are a goon deep down in your heart. Not here though. Although I don't mind Ride of the Raging Storm. Like I think Revel, Ride of the Raging Storm, even Pitiless Plunderer, like these three I think are fine. This is evil shit. But honestly, you're playing such a fair game plan that you deserve some evil shit. And I think you have so much stuff that is so thematic and so good that I think we just do these like the little tiniest changes we can. The littlest, tiniest, gooniest changes we can. Stamp of approval. I'm giving you tuned soap opera. Because I think you are on a mechanic, but you are on a very, very specific iteration of that mechanic. What would you change out altar for? Do we need to change out the altar is my question. Because I do think the altar has a legitimate use to get your command. Well, I guess you don't need to get your commander off field for any reason. If we change out the altar to... I don't know if we love Croxa because it's good hater shit. However, we don't have a lot of good death triggers. We have a lot of things we want to sacrifice our guys to. I'm hearing calls for Tyrox. I don't know if 4 is quite as big as we want. I don't know if I would put Zoa before Tyrox. True, we could double down on fat asses and we could do Yargle. This guy is like same mana value as your commander, more upside on your card draw. Andronicus, theoretically you can, but we have a lot of sorcery speed sack. We have a lot of sorcery speed sack. If you don't want to do Yargle, Victimize would be really good for you. This got recommended a little earlier in the stream, but I missed it. But Victimize has never not done an insane amount of work in any of my decks that end up sacrificing things, any of my decks that end up with a full graveyard. If your commander ever stays dead, if you want to reuse Calaxion, if you lose one of your important synergy pieces, Victimize crazy good, lets you choose and lets you turn your commander into 2 other creatures and then use your other synergies to get your commander back. So Victimize, I think, is just like... Now, it is often played by other Aristocrats players, so if you want to, like, deeply stay on your hater shit, I understand that, and then I would do Yargle. But for what your deck wants to do specifically, Victimize hits every box. Every single box. We also got a random Smasher Pass from Sky Shadow. Hell yeah! Horse can only watch. The horse can only watch, though. But it's Rowan. What are we talking about? Immediate bargain. Immediate bargain. Victimize is thematically appropriate specifically for Lucius the Eternal, that fuck-ass bastard TM. Daily and nightly and ever so rightly. Next question. Next question. Moving on. Thank you. Random Smasher Pass from Darkened Auras. He kind of got that shit on, but pass. He looks stinky. He does not look like he smells good. And I think an important thing to consider is for all humanoids, you have to think about the smell. We are not Deandra Reynolds. We have to think about the smell. Now, to the people who said that that guy RLO should be tuned spiteful because it's on hater shit, I think the distinction there is the soap opera that we're talking about is spiteful. However, the deck itself is still very fair. The spiteful version of this deck is the one that is playing like Grave Pact and shit like that. This is not spiteful to the point of trying not to play the game. This is very like TV show bad guy in a good way. And so that's why I'm calling it soap opera over pure spiteful. Like the spite in this deck is character work. Belby can get it, but he can't? Yes, Andronicus, and I'm going to need you to take at least 3 of those question marks off your fucking statements. Look at this. Look at this. Stop acting confused. Stop acting confused. I like Lucius with Death Touch Pingers. Elk, you gotta stop. I'm gonna ban you again. You gotta stop getting banned. You're like, Twitch is gonna IP ban you if I ban you another time. It's the green that makes her get it over the guy, right, Maul? You're right, Skinny. It's gonna look like you're being banned, but you're so right. Fuck-ass propagandist. Get out of here. Dumbass. Dumbass fool. Elk, you're going to the ranch dimension. Thank you for submitting, Arlo. I hope you enjoyed. I like the deck a lot. I really, really like the deck, and I do think as much as I dunked on it, I think that including this combo came from the right place in your heart. It came from a place of, I don't want to lock people in a game where my deck is too weak to close out. So I do see where you're coming from with putting them in. I do think these changes will make it feel better. I think anytime you get to hit the fucking Kalak Scion Gritty, the guild will authorize you to bust on the spot, and that'll be great for you. All right. So we are now at the part of the stream where half of you are going to screech in pain, and Myth and maybe 3 other people are going to go Pog Champion. We are now playing World of Warcraft. I'm not sorry to say. It's a good time. We made it into a content guild. Not even the ad dimension. So much worse than the ad dimension. But we're in OnlyFangs. So if I'm going to be relevant in the content guild, I have to be level 60. So that means custom card review is coming online. If you have less than 5,000 channel points on Twitch, you still have a reason to be in this stream. April 1st is going to be our free deck roasting day. The roast tickets are going to be 1,000 channel points each, and we're going to limit it to 5 roast tickets a person. So if you are under 5,000 channel points, staying in this stream still helps you out. Is Patron League Night still happening? Yes. So I'm going to do a little bit of World of Warcraft, and then I will be raiding into my girlfriend Z-main character, who should be streaming in a little bit here, and then I will be going to Patron League Night. So let me update my stream titles. I would love some tea, baby. You look so pretty. You guys, my girlfriend has that shit on. You guys, my girlfriend has that shit on crazy style. Crazy style. You been stockpiling to 30K? I mean, maybe we up the price. Can people sound off on how many they get per stream? Because that's really what I'm trying to balance this against. When doesn't Z have that shit on? Let me tell you, Helios. Let me tell you. 120 channel points per hour. Okay. Oh, never mind. We're switching back. Lapine, you're here. Yeah, we're not doing World of Warcraft. We're doing... we're going back to deck roasting because Lapine's here. And we have Lapine's deck to do. I fucking lied. You know, like a liar. Let's open this dog shit back up. What's up? This is the first stream of yours I've attended, and I've joined halfway through the 90-minute preamble. I'm sat at 4:30. Okay, thank you. All right, squat up, everybody. This is a scary deck. This deck is very simple. You ramp into the commander and begin to play Krakens. When you do, the Krakens will give you free stuff simply for casting them. In an opening hand, you want 3 lands in ramp, which is not hard to come by, so not scary. First of all, this deck wins by just beating people to death with sea creatures and other Simic shenanigans. So we're on Kiora. Okay, so this is Simic. I vomit onto the table. This is immediately, you are immediately downgraded to Spooky with extreme prejudice. Now, I can believe how you would have been led astray. You're likely playing against people who don't understand how good decks play Magic, and that has led you to believe that it's very, very scary. Okay, so we have, whenever we cast a sea monster, we check top X, where X is spell's mana value. You may cast a spell with mana value less than X from among them without paying the mana cost. Now, what's going to hurt you is that there's like 15 good sea creatures in all of Magic. And I'm certain that you have all of them, and you have Cultivate, and you have 3 visits. And that's it. For a bit of background, in real life, I'm overly knowledgeable about the ocean. So when I got into Magic, the dude who taught me how to play shoved this commander my way and said, have at it. Goal this deck is ramp into the commander, begin playing bullshit. When you play Krakens, Kiora will see them enter and go, you need a friend, and out of God knows where, another Kraken will appear. This deck is infamous amongst my playgroup for getting ganged up on, because if you do not commit climate change, it will do the Magic equivalent of slapping you with a cod 40 times. Local man discovers Cultivate good. Let me see this fucking curve. I hate you. You know why I hate you? I hate you because you're right. I hate you because this is most of the way it should look. We have, this better all be ramp. As long as 2 and 3 is all ramp, I wouldn't even fucking blink if this was shifted 1 to the right. But we've probably used up all the good sea creatures already. From the Goo Lagoon, you lame bitch. Yep. 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 All right. Usual fucking suspects. You motherfucker. Okay. Card draw Kraken instead of just is incredibly expensive Kraken. Is incredibly expensive Kraken. I hate you. I hate you. Okay, we have set the stage for a bad Kinnan deck. Where, yes, if you don't respond... You don't need this. You don't need this. You don't deserve this. I don't want you to have this. My deck is so good. Lapines, you broke my fucking mic with the weight of how basic your goddamn deck was. This is the most peanut butter and jelly ass deck I have seen in my entire life. Nah, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. My shit is different. I draw cards all the time. I draw cards off of combat damage like a winner. Fuck you. You don't deserve uncounterable spells. In your deck, this should read the next spell you cast gets countered. You don't even need this. What the fuck do you have to remove, huh? What the fuck do you have to remove? You're the dickhead. Local man so angry he gains static feedback. I don't care who the IRS sends. I'm not paying my taxes. So we have Fanatic of Ronas. This works well. Bro has never been... Fuck you and your removal pile. You got board wiped once, didn't you? You got board wiped one fucking time, huh? And you were like, God, I hate all these cringe removal pile players. Why don't they like my cool and based uninteractable Kraken strategy? I don't think this deck was built by EDHREC, but I think if you asked EDHREC to build this deck, you would not be able to tell the difference. Fight Clubs, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, and I'm sorry that you're saying them in the middle of a deck that just makes me want to vomit. So, like, okay. Why the fuck do we have Jola Toyik in here? My head hurts. I want to be very clear that my head does hurt. Here's why I don't like you, Lapines. Here's why I don't like you as a person. This deck is equal parts. This deck is equal parts attempting to Little Bean because it's doing cute Kraken shit, and preponderance of combat damage kills you instantly. It is another slot machine deck. Sometimes a koi fish comes out. Sometimes an actual octopus comes out and chews your face off. And where the fuck is the ramp, by the way? Where in the holy fuck is the enough ramp? Skip 2 turns, skip 3 turns, skip 4 turns, skip 5 turns. Wow. I'm scared. I'm pretty scared. Me? My boots? Shaking. Oh, now they're fucked. Hold on. Turn 6. 6 drop. Dumbass. Trigger my commander. Except not. You fuck ass. What type of haunted hayride bullshit have you brought to me? Here's the ramp. Okay. This time we got it. This time we got the ramp hand. Now we crush them. We crush them. We don't pay for breeding pool. Fuck you, I don't pay my taxes. Fanatic of Ronus. Bam. Bam. We rampin'. Turn 5. I play my commander 1 turn ahead of curve. I play a 6 drop on turn 5. Trigger my commander. Except I don't. I wait. Now it's time. Turn 7. The precons are beginning to pack it up and go home, but it's our time. Play this check 7. We hit every fucking Kraken in the deck. This one's obviously the best. Oh, thank you, baby.
It's hot.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
it down. Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay. So, let's talk about what you've done wrong, which is many, many things. Which is many, 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 many things. But first and foremost, you have overburdened this deck with big creatures for a commander who lets you go super, super deep. This deck wants to play very similar to kind of like Emoti, where if you play a 10 drop, you get to dig 10 cards deep and look for a different Kraken. Like Trumacratus, we played Trumacratus. We hit 4 different Krakens. We don't get all of those. We just get one of those. So it's in our best interest we don't need a quarter of the deck to be hits. That is us being the, being the kid at the toy store who's carrying too many trains to hold them all and trips over themselves. What we want is like 10 to 15 really, really good, really, really expensive hits, and we want the rest of the deck to support those 10 to 15 really, really good hits. Because I am unironically saying more ramp, I am also saying much more card draw. I'm also saying much, much more card draw. Like, the main reason you are stalling out is either our first hand. This is the first thing that looks like a potentially keepable hand. Because what your deck is doing, what every Simic deck does, is it says, trade deal, I skip the first 3 turns of the game for every turn after that to be super fucked up. You are skipping the first 5 turns of the game to then kind of like do this to somebody. So we get to Nature's Lore. Boom, forest, great. Turn 3. This, like, get this the fuck out of the deck, bro. I know you opened this shit in the pack. There's a deck for it. It is not this one unless we are, like, all on creature ramp. This is not your fucking guy. This is not your fucking guy. I hope you had a good pre-release. Get it the fuck out of this deck. We cycle this. So turn 4, we get our commander out 1 turn ahead of curve. So on average, this deck is on, I skip 4 turns for turns 5 and beyond to be crazy good. So we get to do Serpent of Yawning Depths. This is a good one. It's making all of our shit unblockable. I believe we fail to trigger anything. Oh, no. Okay, we get to cast anything. So we get either Fanatic of Ronos or Enduring Curiosity. I think we need Enduring because we're notably out of fucking cards in hand. And then we shouldn't have a swing here. We should not have a swing here. So even more so, like, the Krakens, Leviathans, Octopus just need to trigger. Like, you are so deep. You are like 17 pages deep into the Pornhub browser, the way you built this deck currently, where you're trying to make everything trigger Kiora, where we don't need everything to trigger Kiora. We just need like we need a fair number of high value things to trigger Kiora, and then we need other good hits. Whereas right now we get to do this, we get to attack with that, we probably get to draw 1. And like, because we're still hitless, and because we are without other forms of card draw, we are just straight up in the hangout dimension. We get to draw maybe 1 extra card a turn. Fucking look at us, it's turn 7. The precons are laughing at us. Keon, I do think Hydroid Krasis is possible here. I know this guy IRL. We've been telling him for months the Ristic was not necessary and was just getting him hated. Fuck yeah, Jojo dipshit. You're the guy with the board wipes? Keep board wiping this motherfucker. Okay, so let's break down what needs to be different. Any of these that are not excellent can just fucking go. Unfortunately, AC is fucking excellent. I hate him. I am a liar. Even I cannot lie enough to pretend that this is not a crazy powerful card. Arixmethes, the only potential value of this thing is that it's a Kraken, but the problem with it is it's a Kraken that doesn't let you go deep. It is a 4 mana Kraken, and you want all of your Krakens, you need all of your sea creatures to be impossibly expensive, because they're the ones that let you go really deep and free cast basically whatever you want. We don't want cheap sea creatures. We want like expensive, organic, free range fish. We do not want frozen cod in the value section. So like Benthic Anomaly, probably fine. Another 4 mana fucking crab. Like, listen, you buy $4 crab, you get $4 crab. You cut that motherfucker. Even Nadir Kraken, I don't think you can draw enough cards for this to be... Like, this is just in here because you're like, ooh, it said Kraken on it. Ooh. Ooh, this motherfucker says Kraken on it. I love him. There's a different deck for that. This, let's talk about that. Simic Sky Swallower is good if we are playing draft. This is just a, like, for you, this basically says 7 mana cascade badly. The only reason it's in here is because it's expensive and it has one of the creature types we care about, but we already have so many of those that it's like, it's literally just a guy. And even in Commander, we don't want to be spending 7 mana for just a fucking guy. When we could be spending 7 mana for, or like 10 mana for fucking Slyn Voda. Or we could be getting spawning Kraken. Like, we would rather, in every case, we would rather play Frantic Search than we would this guy. Like, you would rather say, oh, what if instead of this shit-ass bad Kraken, I play good Kraken, or I play card that can draw me to good Kraken. Like, even if you want... I mean, they've already caught up on the Nezahal thing. So, I'm not going to say everything out loud. There are times in the course of a playtest where it will be evident to the class that 2 plus 2 does equal 4, and I will not repeat that 2 plus 2 necessarily equals 4 because I trust all of you to get it. And I trust that Lapines will understand it, as they have said in chat. And I will begin petulantly banning people. But yes, we are cutting Nezahal. Nezahal is just like... Nezahal is Ristic Study that we have justified to ourselves as being on theme. So we don't need Nezahal. We won't need Ristic Study by the time we're done with this. Things like Kiora, fine. I think Tamio is the same shit you are on as Ristic Study. I think you pulled this out of a pack. And you were like, oh, good card. And it is writing a threat check that you cannot cash. Like, there's just... You're never going to get to alt this motherfucker. And all it's going to do is make everybody be like, oh, we have to fucking kill this guy before he can ult the Planeswalker, versus just like playing something that will draw you cards and won't make everybody freak the fuck out. All right, so I'm going to ask everybody in chat to... We're on the cuts section right now, and to make things easier for the editor, we want to proceed cleanly through the cuts section and then to the ads section. And so from the time of this statement, if you keep suggesting ads, I'm going to ban you. And I will unban you when it becomes time to get to the ads section. Otherwise, please wait until I say it's ads time. Usually I draw 3 cards quick enough to flip it. Which playtest was that in? I didn't see that bullshit. I believe it if you have Ristic Study. I don't believe it in literally any other instance prior to turn 10. I would also recommend cutting Jolatoyek. I think he's just in here because Serpent. And you wouldn't need this untapping if you could actually ramp. So from your Goo Lagoon hits that we're going to cut, Jolatoyek. I would probably cut Watcher in the Water too. Storm Surge. Simic Sky Swallower. Nadir Kraken. Cherix. And Eric's Methes. So that's 7. That's going to take you down to 17. That's still going to be enough. Worst case scenario that you're going to have hits to get to. But it's going to give us room to put in also decent cards. I will hear out. I think Storm Surge is the best of what I've recommended to cut. It's possible that we bring this one back in. I think fuck you and your removal pile is like... I disagree with the Greaves haters. I think the Greaves do make sense for most of the things we're attempting to play. I think the Greaves make no sense for our commander, but I don't believe the Tims are for the commander. I believe the Tims are being fit upon to our sea creatures, and that does make sense. This deck already plays so cripplingly slowly that it is probably worth it to speed up anything you can. He's right behind me, isn't he? Unstoppable Plan is fucking ridiculous. Invasion of Ikoria. So we tutor for something. Okay. I wouldn't hate this if we had decent tutor targets. Is Wonder ass? I do believe Elk is smoking crack. Anytime, any game I've ever seen Wonder get resolved in, it has immediately swung basically everything into my favor. I think so. Elk, the whole we're cutting cards right now, we're gonna give them card draw. If only there was some type of card we could add. All right, you're banned. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of having to dissect 2+2+2 every time. Okay. I think Unnatural Growth is... So I think both Unnatural Growth and Wonder are... I believe in Unnatural Growth more than I believe in Wonder. I think both of these we need the curve out to be better. All right. I don't care who the IRS sends. I'm not paying my taxes. We have Fanatic of Ronos, Goreclaw, Growth Spiral, Don't fucking do this, man. Why are we why? This is a combo card. This is when we need the mana for one turn. You need mana forever. You need mana literally forever and ever and ever. Everything in this deck costs $10 million. I mean, the Unnatural Growth does support Powers Matter stuff, of which we have basically none. All of the Power Matter stuff we have just cares about a floor of power, which everything is already over. Like, there's nothing that's getting... Nothing is getting turned on by Unnatural Growth that did not already exist. So, High Tide dog shit. It's like you're going to... You're getting like a payday loan to try to cover your mortgage. It's... I think you are underrating the fact that you're skipping over all 3-mana ramp is kind of crazy to me, when best case scenario you already just play your commander on turn 4 anyway, and we do still need to be getting you to the point of casting 6 and 7 mana creatures. Unnatural Growth is there more as a closer. I think this is a dog shit closer. I think if you're in Simic and you want a closer, just like fucking, I don't know, man, tell everyone to go fuck themselves. Say, actually, I lied. It's not sea creatures. It was squirrels the entire time. No, we're not keeping Unstoppable Plan. Unstoppable Plan is, I didn't even mention it because it's instantly dying. We want a million fucking lands. Or yeah, Finale of Devastation. This is your finisher. You print $1 million. You tutor out one of your things that either makes your creatures unblockable or like bounces everybody else's creatures. And then, yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of the bit myself. I think Selvala is fine for Power Matters, but I really don't think we want to be totally dedicated to Power Matters. I think you, as Simic, you are already like opening yourself up to a board wipe at any time. Also, for your fucking mana rocks, this is very aspirational. This is incredibly aspirational of you to believe that you're ever breaking max hand size. It's not happening. I know you've defended this card. I think you're a liar. The deck cannot keep up with Ristic Study. Cut this instantly. Cut this instant. You cut this, or we need to be on an entirely different game plan, because I can guarantee for a fact the games where you resolve Ristic Study are like 18 fucking universes apart from the games where you don't resolve Ristic Study. And that's just like that's a bad experience for you. It's a bad experience for your pod. It's going to trick everybody into killing you really early every game, because you're already threatening. You are threatening the possibility of like, well, if this motherfucker sticks Ristic Study, he probably just wins. Curiosity's fine. Kiora's fine. This is like the worst version of this effect, but this type of effect isn't the worst thing ever. But again, it's not great. Whelming Wave, good on theme for you. Oko, Thief of Crowns. This seems like another you opened a good card and you were like, holy fuck, this is so shiny. Because on turn 3, like, we want to think of your deck not only in the context of, oh, what if I draw these in the late game? You want to think about, like, what does my ideal curve look like? And this is just like, oh, fuck, he's so sexy. Oh, no, I can't cut you. Ah. Because if you play him turn 3, does literally nothing for you. If you play him in the late game, he is at best some type of removal. Nature's Claim, fine. Kenrith's, sure, real hater shit. Imprisoned in the Moon, real hater shit. Beast Within, real hater shit. But yeah, like Oko, I think is just you got hurt by people who board wiped you when they definitely should have, and you were like, what is the rudest fucking thing I can do when I don't have access to Wobblet because I'm not in black? And then we were honestly a little low on lands. We could overcome that with ramp one day. We have not yet. So I think now we're going to move to the additions section, which I don't know how to untime out elk. Hold on. Oh, there's an unban request. Okay. There. Elk has been untimed out. No. Most recently, we just put them on timeout so they could come back when we were actually in the actually in the adding cards section. So I think first and foremost, we are skipping turn 1 for mostly no reason. Like I cannot think of a single reason we don't want at least some density of creature ramp like Birds of Paradise and Llanowar Elves. If you really want to skip, I know there's a lot of like disciples of ramp on 2 and 4, don't ramp on 1 and 3. If you want to have more expensive ramp, having Skyshroud Claim could be good. Another thing that would be really good for Power Matters, I'm trying to remember the name of this card, but it searches basics equal to power creatures. God, I did not use the right syntax to look for this fucking card. Yep, Elk's got it. Thank you. After you get a big thing into play, we want to capitalize on you getting the big thing into play such that you can continue trying to win the commander game. And so this is going to give you enough lands to do basically whatever you want for the rest of the game. And then when it comes to card draw, like you don't need to be on super responsible card draw. You don't need to, which honestly Moment of Truth is like not good in commander, but we don't need to be on cheap look at 1 or 2 card things. You want to be a ramp heavy deck. So rather than this, you want to have these like crazy fuck you Louis Vuitton bag things like Elk has suggested. So like Rishkar's Expertise. You could even do Last March of the Ents, which is another uncounterable draw a shitload of cards, put additional Krakens onto board, which this second part is a little bit of a non-bow with your commander because you won't get the triggers. However, you will still have all the fucking creatures. Alec, we talked about the Frantic Search test in this deck. Frantic Search is like the best of the 3 mana and below. I need to look at a ton of cards real quick option, so we're still going to have that. That's why I brought up Moment of Truth instead of Frantic Search. Yes, you need hella ramp in a Simic deck. You said in your primer the plan is to ramp into your commander, and then you stuck fucking Thought Vessel in here and called it a day. Yeah, you can also do shit like Return of the Wild Speaker. This will draw you a fuckload of cards, or it will give you, if you somehow have enough cards, like if you Rishkar's Expertise and then free cast this for Overrun to finish the game, hell yeah. But yeah, get rid of your rocks. I think every rock should turn into either a land ramp spell or a creature that ramps you. So we have Spiral, we have, there's a 4 mana version of Growth Spiral too. Yeah, there's Planar Genesis. So check top 4 for a land, or you just get a card. This is going to pull double duty. I'm not totally sold on Urban Evolution because we'd rather play our commander. Like we don't want to be competing with the mana cost of our commander if we can avoid it. So, Alex, the point of unconditional versus conditional card draw is most decks need both. The degree to which you need one or the other is heavily dictated by what type of deck you're playing. In Simic, it is so easy to be relatively confident that you're going to ramp that you can be a little bit more, you can be greedier with the CMC. We do not want all of the card draw to be power matters. So I'm going to recommend something like Lorien Revealed. But we can be, if we're in a like land heavy deck that is very heavy on ramp, then our unconditional card draw does not have to be low cost. I'm going to breathe slowly to prevent myself from breaking my desk in half. I don't think Defense of the Heart is a non-bow. I think Defense of the Heart is, if you want to make people way more angry than Ristic Study, but you want it to mean something, this is the card you play. It's not necessarily card advantage, but if your opponents have a board, hey, you get 2 free creatures. Isn't that fucking neat? Like, this is going to give you the exact same amount of like rage react content as the Ristic Study is, but it's actually going to like matter for your deck. I like Smuggler's Surprise. The protection alone, I think, would be fine. Yeah, like Jojo. So this is what you're gonna do. From Lapines, from a broad standpoint, is you're actually going to stand by the Simic values you have pretended to stand by. I want everything that's 1 through 3 to be protection or ramp. And then we want everything to be 6 and up. Except for a few really good things, like Traverse the Outlands, like Lorien Revealed, or maybe Defense of the Heart. Get some goddamn lands out here and play some goddamn big creatures. We don't actually have enough creatures in the deck for lurking predators, and we really don't need it because Kiora is going to dig us to the creatures that matter. What do you think about Verdant Mastery if you have Island Walk creatures? This is pretty clever. It's very, very cute. It's very clever for Island Walkers. I don't think we're heavy on Island Walkers. Maybe we have 1. Yeah, good. Hey, Inkwell Leviathan is officially turned on. But if you wanted to be cute, you could bring this, because this is either like 7 mana. I think this works for you. I think it's very, very cute. I do think you need to be higher up on lands. But like, goddamn, we special interested way too hard on the Goo Lagoon. And then we just kind of shoved in random good cards that we found around our house. Like, the Mana Drain will not save you. Justin, we're not going to do Kozilek because this deck is very much sea creature special interest dot deck. Overwhelming Stampede. Overwhelming Stampede feels like exactly the finisher this deck is looking for. I'd agree, but I think just playing its own spells is the type of finisher this deck is looking for. To be entirely fair on the scary allegations, he, and I quote from Discord DMs, may or may not have hit the wrong button while submitting the form. That makes way more sense. Okay, and then another one of the cards we were looking at earlier was Eureka Moment. This is another like It'll draw some. It'll get a land a field. It's very expensive. That now the pieces fall. Laplines, you can. We've had other people click the wrong fucking box. You could say that, brother. Brother Bear, it's okay. People make mistakes. Obviously. Oh yeah, also another fucked up, boring but like very strong card. Like if you're like, oh, I need to have a boring, really good card, Great Henge. This is another version of like, this is your Ristic Study. It's win more. Who gives a fuck? If you want to be on like greedy Simic bullshit, Great Henge is the greedy Simic bullshit to be on. Because it's going to replace all of the creatures you play. It might even get you 2-for-1s, because when you cast a Leviathan, if you get a non-Leviathan or you get a second Leviathan to field, like, this is the Henge deck. If there's ever a Henge deck, this is the Henge deck. But we gotta fuck this up with ramp. I think I'll allow Sapphire Medallion for now, but this is ridiculous. Like, we have sort of the opposite of Word Cloud Disease. The Goo Lagoon is full of Word Cloud Disease, and the entire rest of the deck is full of, I heard this card was good from somebody's cousin, deck. Like, I heard this card was good from somebody else who played Commander, so I shoved it in. And with the direction we are taking you now, I'm going to say keep Archetype, and now I will allow Cut Wonder. I don't think any of the things we have suggested so far are pushing you in a direction where we're confident about it going into the graveyard. So I would say get rid of this. We're not milling under any circumstance. We even our like big greedy card draw spells were probably like, it's fairy blowjob territory. No, Elk was banned for whining. Elk was banned for whining. Elk was not banned for suggesting a thing I didn't like. It was banned for getting ahead of the bit, which is not allowed under any circumstances. But yeah, I think this is a deck where your Wonder will rot in hand. We care more about the Leviathan unblockable or about the archetype. And then, like, I mean, the thing is, this deck doesn't get interesting. I'm going to take you back to the pyramid of Commander Riz. You are never reaching the top. You are never reaching the top with, oh my god, I'm in Simic and I have 10 mana. What could happen? But you can at least get to plays an effective game and plays a game that other people can interact with in a reliable way. Whereas right now, we don't even have ineffective and interesting. We have ineffective and interesting just because you fucking love fish. Which I get. I have my own interests. That's okay. But I would aim for this deck to hit the boring and effective. You want to be very, very reliably ramping. You want to have some greedy ass ramp spells and card draw spells to make sure you draw your hits. And then you just need like one massive hit. Get something for free. Try to convert that into dead bodies. I'm putting you fucking smack dab into greedy mechanic. Rant about how Kiora is worse than Kinesos. Imagine if I could spell. Oh, I mean, that's not true. This seems like the elkest card ever, where it's you being like a little fucking pseudo combo shithead. Kiora's way more neuron activation. Kiora is like infinitely more commander player key jangling. Like, yeah, oh, Kinesos is better. Who gives a fuck about that? Who gives a fuck about Kinesos being better, bro? I think Kiora is like infinitely more he look at all my trinkets for the average commander player, which is gonna turn on yeah, this is just you going like, oh my god, guys, look how efficient I am. Go play Factorio, bro. Go boot up a Factorio run. Like, certainly much higher ceiling. You could definitely play Kinesos. Like, if you had to remake this deck to play Magic well, you would remake it as Kinesos because of your ability to do this at instant speed and do this at other players' end steps rather than just like, womp womp, I tap out on my turn, big sea creature. But the gambling instinct is incredibly strong. The gambling instinct is incredibly strong. It's a lot of key jangling. And for a lot of people, it's nice. And frankly, I don't think this is good enough to be like, oh yeah, don't even jangle keys. Supersuit13, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. And now, the mid-roll demons are back. Get hit with ads. I shall be right back. Okay, fools. Oh, that is good tea. Holy fuck. Kinesos resembles fishing a lot closer. I don't think this person is fishing. I think this person is playing Subnautica. This is tea. I think it's English breakfast, but it might be decaf. Z often likes to brew decaf black tea in the afternoons. We aren't fishing, we're trying to bang the fish. Unfortunately, Chial actually understands the fucking assignment. Okay. Lapines, thank you for the submission. I hope you had a good time. Now, I'm going to make you motherfuckers watch me play World of Warcraft. And we're going to be reviewing custom cards and all shit like that. Etc., etc., etc. Yeah, get shit on, cat. I have a job now. I have obligations. Gorbash, hit me with that personal question, my friend. Nope. Okay. There we go. What the hey, what the fuck? Where's my... Oh my god. Let me in. Okay, we close that. We open that. I'm gonna hit you all with recursive mauled really quickly. Ah. I keep opening my password screen on stream. That can't be good for me. Sleepy Kobold, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Can we talk about why Ristic Study hurt you? I mean, it hasn't hurt me so much as, like, I think it introduces such a no reason boring play pattern in most of the decks I find it present in. I simply want, if you play Ristic Study, I want your deck to be good enough to back up a Ristic Study rather than a deck that is going to ask, do you pay the 1 every fucking game action to still take 10 turns to win? Those are the decks I hate Ristic Study in. If you're playing Ristic Study in like a CEDH level deck or a bracket 4 deck, I still think it's personally boring. I don't think it's that, I don't think it's very interesting. I certainly wouldn't mind if it got banned, but I'm not going to be like, you know, if I sat down to play CEDH with you, I'm not going to go like, what the fuck do you mean you cast a good card? You dickhead, I hate you. Like, that's not going to happen. I'm probably going to be like, hey, we're going to blow that up, right? Or like, hey, we're going to pay into that, right? We're not going to feed the fucking Ristic Study. But it is not a like straight up adverse emotional reaction to Ristic Study. It is just an adverse emotional reaction to people using Ristic Study to cover up deeper problems that their decks have. Then Gorbash hit me with that personal question. Oh, do you prefer tea or coffee? It used to really heavily be tea. It's definitely a mood to mood thing. I think generally I like coffee right now. If it's unadulterated, it's always tea. I'm always going to prefer unadulterated tea to unadulterated coffee, but if I get to fuck it up with like honey and milk and cream and all that stuff, then there's often times that I will prefer coffee. So what do I need to do? I need Prowler Call. I actually think I do run down the coast here, and then maybe this gets a little bit dangerous for me, but who cares? Custom card has not been turned on yet. I'm going to turn it on right now. Okay. Custom card redeem is on for Twitch. Funky or Plague, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Elk, listen, I've had to level multiple characters in this game, in part because I keep dying. It is bullshit how much easier this character is than every other character I've played. I just get to sort of wander from creature to creature, killing them at Mach fucking 11. And that's part of why I named these streams Redeeming the Species, because I'm going to be the first actually good hunter. I'm going to be the first hunter who's actually doing anything worth a goddamn. Mauled is just Indominus Rex, apparently. Basically. You're a Warlock Priest purist? I mean, playing a hunter for the first time made me stop leveling my priest because I fucking hated it so much. Rant Redeem, why do nerdy guys go for goth ladies? Because we both hate being outside and get sad a lot. Next question. God damn it. Discord, get the fuck out of here. Alright. Elk has sent in a custom card. Venerate. 3 mana. Choose one. Exile a spell. Exile a permanent. Each card exiled this way can be cast by its owner as long as it remains exiled. Spell cost this way costs 2 more to cast, or entwine for 2. God, leave it to Elk to get the like fairest, most balanced, most boring ass cards imaginable. Fuck you. I don't know if I like giving mono white the ability to... I think mono white might already have the ability to hard exile spells. Yeah, like Aven Interceptor I think already does this. Totally reasonable. Go fuck yourself. Have a good day. That's how I'm feeling about that. Shadow Priest is just the most fun I've had in a video game. How old were you when you did that, though? Leonide, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Last year? So only like 15? Damn, that's crazy. Were you playing retail or were you playing classic? Because the thing is, I also have to level my priest as discipline. Because, yeah, different fucking game, man. I mean, retail, like, every class is fun. And I think shadow priests have one of the, like, more engaging rotations. So that makes total sense. But I have to level my priest in this game as a healer, which means I have 2 buttons that matter and they both suck. Like leveling, leveling a priest who can heal is just like you have one offensive spell that's good and you have your wand button, and they're both painfully slow. So Iconoplast, it's possible the group I'm playing in is 3-manning dungeons, which is much less good. Like I have to use the there is a talent tree benefit you get for being like level 20 in discipline that I have to use basically every dungeon we do because we're only 3-manning all the content. And the additional fort buff, like I'm not going holy, but I don't think I could get away. I do not think I could get away with being pure shadow. But yeah, you could heal 5-man content because 5-man content is like easy as balls. I'm gonna run out of fucking bullets. That sucks. I've never played WoW before. Can't recommend starting. Listen, this is a game where the mind virus has to be inside you from when you were a child. You could maybe get into retail, but like for sure a huge part of this game is that it's being carried by nostalgia. Please die. Please fucking die. Thank you. So level 9 we don't care about. I swore off games that make me feel like I'm doing a 9 to 5. Never again. And yet you play Commander. Interesting. And yet you play Flicker decks in Commander. And that doesn't seem like a job to you. Interesting. Hold on, my fucking Zatalpa's dying. Okay, I think I just need to blow my fucking mana bar on healing this dumbass. Okay. Now you can taunt. Good job, buddy. You're probably gonna die. Okay, that worked. I'm the fucking greatest. I'm the fucking greatest. Easy game for babies. I always look at WoW gameplay and feel like I missed the boat by like 2 decades to find it fun and I'm in my 20s. You're not wrong. I think the thing about WoW gameplay, it's mostly fun once you get into dungeons. Like a lot of the really engaging gameplay for World of Warcraft is going to come from doing dungeons and doing raiding. And this is like, it is peaceful. There is a nice sort of like zen state you can enter while you're leveling up, and you do get into a couple butt clenching situations in Classic specifically. I forgot to turn on taunt. But for the most part, a lot of the like fucking pop-off moments in World of Warcraft are going to come from doing Doing dungeon content, which you have to get leveled up for. Oh, fuck yeah, my bird leveled up, dude. Easy. Yeah, and Xiao, we are leveling up this character to play with MTG Nerd Girl and Z, my girlfriend. So we are playing with the homies. The only reason we're alone at this point is because Z and I got into the guild after MTG Nerd Girl did. And so she's like, I think she's like level 26 or something right now. Is she on? No, thank God. Yeah, she's 26. So I'm playing catch up. And then once we catch up to her and Z catches up to us as well, then we're going to be playing as a big group. And that will be a lot more enjoyable. A lot more enjoyable than just like Ohio Simulator. What's up, Will? We are doing good today. We have just switched over from roasting. Yeah, this is the OnlyFans account, which I turned the add-on on, right? I'm gonna scroll all the way up to, let's see. Add-on is connected and working. Perfect. Yeah, not sick. I think we're doing good. Damn, Icona, what classes were you playing? Z and I did also try to get into Warframe, and we just had that game immediately was like, oh fuck, we need a part-time job to play this. Well, Chaw, don't forget, you also die if Blizzard decides that it's time for you to die. Their servers have been crazy unstable for the last like week, so we've had a bunch of people, well, not we as in OnlyFans, but we as in the population of people that plays hardcore World of Warcraft has had a ton of people die just to like, yeah, disconnections. Okay, now we have 1 million quests to pick up. Oh, but my fucking log is mostly full. Okay, so fuck Mulgore. Pick up these. What's your opinion on an Otrimi ever playful mutate deck? I'm not sure. I do not recall off the top of my head what Otrimi does. I'm done with work. Time to listen to your dulcet tones and fail to get an S on Caitlyn while I wait for 9 p.m. Eastern. Brother, you'll get there. I believe in you. One day you'll get there. Okay, then we get the Baron Longshore thing. Fuck Deep Moss Spider Fangs. I fucking hate Stone Talon. Have you seen that one guy who was courting Caitlyn mains? No, what the fuck is that? No. Okay, fuck all these. Chen's keg will matter. I think I turned that in literally here.
Keep it real.
What the fuck is this quest? Oh, Demos Spider Eggs. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck all that. Otrimi is Sultai. Returns a mutate card from graveyard to hand when it connects. Oh, that kind of sucks. I think there's very little you can do to make that cool, although it is probably robust. Oh shit, a level 52. He's probably gonna die tomorrow. Do you know if we're doing 5v5s or arena as of right now? So if none of the maybes show up, we're doing 5v5s. If any of the maybes show up, we're going to be doing arena. Then Elikman hit me with that Rant redeem. And after I grab all of these quests, we will do rapid fire custom card review before shooting a bunch of men in the chest. Oh no, Alec, you're good. You're good. Rant about why Glissa can get it, despite being a Phyrexian zombie when you've discounted both Phyrexians and zombies on the grounds of the smell. So, Alec and everybody in chat, I am a simple man. I wish that I was more complicated than this. I wish that I had a good reason. A reason that maybe relied on Glissa's lore or some specific Phyrexian interaction, some type of self-cleaning interaction. I saw boobs, so I said smash. Thank you. That's all I have to say at this time. That is probably the number one best way to predict if I will say a commander can get it or not. Does it have big old titties? I'm not complicated. Zenorum, we tentatively schedule it in... Holy shit, an actual weapon I can use. Oh my... Oh fuck, this quest is like difficult, right? God damn it. Yeah, it's 5 levels above me. I hate it here, man. Game sucks. Game sucks, dead game. Yeah, but yeah, I wish I had a more like complicated complicated answer than that. Titties, bro.
Be good.
Yeah, if you're in the Zenorum, if you're in the Patreon tier where you have access to the patron only Discord and you just show up, okay, so following that logic, Fade should get it. She literally has fucked. Not my type. Boing flip. Not my type. Oh, right. We have custom cards to do. Right. So we have Whitebread's card, Volcarona, Sunborn Savior, 6 mana, 5/6 flying. Red creatures, instants, and sorceries you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink. White creatures, instants, and sorceries you control get +1/+1 and have trample. So effectively, this is a 7/8 Flample lifelinker. This is Boros Valgavoth. I don't know that I hate it out of hand. Listen, Nutton. Whitebread can barely read. I'm just proud of them for putting a complete sentence on the card. We're not going to worry about the syntax. I mean, even with... Like, even if we left the instant and sorcery thing aside... This is I think a pretty fucking strong banner for Boros. All my fucking, this is just a Krenko deck, but now all my goblins have lifelink. That's quite, like, that's good, right? I'm not smoking crack. That's just strong. I feel like my reaction to this card would be, I would let you play it once, and then after we finish that game, I would be like, I was wrong. You can't play this anymore. I do think trample's weird for white. I'm not sure that it's a color pie break, but I don't think I've seen white that often. Or trample in white that often. Next, we have M's Redeem, which is blocked by the streamer mode. We have Corvex, Living Crucible, a 5-mana Rakdos 1/5. Whenever an enemy's creature dies, you get an energy counter. For X and black or red, you may target permanents that have mana value X as though they did not have Shroud or Hexproof until the next end step. Okay, so we have played against exactly one Voltron player in our life, and we hate them. Crucible Blast. Tap, pay X energy. Deal half X damage to target creature. If it dies that turn, Corvex deals half of that creature's toughness to that creature's controller and all other creatures they control. Okay, you just have to talk to Joey about his Voltron deck. That's not even as a bit. This is like incredibly targeted. Incredibly targeted hatery that I do not think is effective at playing Commander, but is effective at just totally fucking up like one deck that you particularly dislike. So I'm going to say this is the type of thing good for the 99, way too weak as a build around. Although if you, because you need other removal to turn it on, or you need to have an energy heavy deck to turn it on, and then this like barely helps you win. Especially with the dealing only half toughness. Like dealing half toughness to somebody's controller, hitting somebody with one cheek is not enough butt damage to win you a game. Maybe you clear a board if there's like sniping going on. Only Fangs or Only Fang Z? Mana Bites, I was not aware there was two. I believe I'm in the official one. I'm in the one with S. So I do think this has to be like, as a card, not unreasonable. I think probably too reasonable and bad build around. All right, next we have Boomy's card, Master of Masks. Oh, these are based on his actual abilities in Warframe. I mean, this is just like, this is why adaptions are hard, right? You can't always perfectly capturing something's essence from a totally different medium does not translate well to our medium. Okay, 3 mana Dimir 0/3 immediately out. This text box better be absolutely diabolical for a 5 mana 0/3. Ward 2, pay 2 life. At the start of each player's upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of their library, then fact or fiction them. Whenever a card is cast from exile, draw a card, gain 1 life. This is way too much help. This is way too much help. Even in the context of group hug that you're trying to get a one-sided benefit from. I understand you're trying to do something interesting. This card literally just says, I let someone else win. Like, this is so much card advantage. 4 extra turns. No, will, because they're trying to benefit off the exile casting by drawing a card. Maybe they mean it that way. Is that how it's meant? Boomy? Do you mean it as in you, the player, get to cast those spells? Because that I would like kind of believe in. But if you're just like, oh yeah, here, all my opponents get 4 extra cards, I will sometimes draw 1 extra card, he, ain't no goddamn way. Yeah, Huffdud, we moved the league stream for 2 reasons. The first reason was that I canceled Wednesday's roast stream, and so we had to make up for that. And then the second reason is that I got into a World of Warcraft streamer guild. And if I have any hope of being relevant in the guild content, I'm going to need to get up to a high level in the guild. So I have to put some goddamn work in. Yeah, Boomy, if we're on you get to cast the exile pile, I think we can begin talking about it, and it's still probably like
it's still just a crazy card that is very difficult to balance, but we can at least have the discussion. If it is my opponents have access to all 4 cards, oh no, you're just like, hey man, do you want to win? Hey Jeremy, would you like a handy? Like, Commander is for joking about kissing. It's not for playing cards that actually just make out with the rest of the table. God, I love just playing a class that's fucking better. See, this guy spawned right on top of me, and I'm not even in danger. Want to know why? Because young Zatalpa is just going to come fuck him up. Yeah, do something. You won't. Get him, Zeddy. Cassius, thank you for the Prime sub for the 2nd month in a row. Yeah, more Hunter Gaming. We've avoided death so far. We have our first pet. And now we're just trying to... I mean, we're definitely not, like, I am not good enough at this game to do actual factual speed leveling, but I am trying to play about as quickly as I can while still doing effective streaming to catch up to MTG Nerd Girl so that Z, Nerd Girl, and I can all play together. Do I have stolen silver? I do have stolen silver. Okay. Oh, then I have like a crazy good route I can take. Is it a bird or an actual Arcopteryx? This is just a vulture. So that's why I called him young Zatalpa, because he's not, because he's not actual factual. Cassius, I think Z's OnlyFangs character is only like 10 or something. They're a little bit behind on their OnlyFangs account. They haven't had a lot of time to play it. Will, yes, you can tame new companions on demand. Oh, fucking hell, man. Any minute now, Zatalpa. Finish them off any minute now, buddy. All right, come help. Come help. Come help Daddy. Come help Daddy. Where's my healing potion? I'm going to rebind a second version of my healing potion. Oh, yeah, Zatalpa Jr. would be good. I could get a giraffe. I know that birds are supposed to like learn some ability that's really strong. Oh, am I out of fucking bandages? Hold on, guys. We gotta make 93 bandages. Would you ever name any pet Atali? I don't know if we could get straight up Atali, but we could get young Atali for sure. Because there are velociraptors. So you could get plenty of things that are like baby Atali. Yeah, you can get the raptors. I believe we can get Gishath, but not for many, many levels. I think the things that are applicable to Gishath are so many levels away from us that it's going to be a while. Young Atali only makes me think of Young Thug, and I can't help but laugh. That's why I named mine Young Zatalpa. What all kind of cool companions are there? There's so much shit, man. It's definitely like, we're definitely on Pokedex territory in terms of all the things that you can get in this game. What is the biggest, coolest attainable pet? I legitimately do not know. I don't think you can get dragons in this game, or if you can, if you can get dragons in this game, you can't get like big crazy ones. You can, best case scenario, get a couple little tiny cute ones. God, these people are fucking blind. Okay, stay blind. Stay blind. Is taming the rare mobs better than the regular mobs? I don't know. I know that there is some type of hierarchy, and that people do look for rare mobs when they're taming their pets, but I feel like that is for vanity reasons and not necessarily for stat reasons. I think there's a couple. I think there's like a handful of mobs that you can kill that do have specific abilities, like unique abilities to that enemy. Yeah, PvP concerns are not really a thing in this game because they don't have PvP. They don't have like battlegrounds and stuff turned on, so people aren't doing PvP in this mode because it's hardcore. So you only have one life, and so most people are not just like throwing it away for one fucking ride of Arathi Basin or Warsong Gulch. Can you taunt a motherfucker? Thank you. Thank you, Tappy. Yeah, there are wind serpents. Those look dragony, but they look very, they're very small and dragony. They are not like big scary dragon. They are, no, don't tag my mob. Oh, fuck this guy. Fuck this escort quest, man. Oh no, they're gonna steal the quest mob I need. Fuck. It's another hunter. He's worse than me. See, this dipshit needs fucking... God, who needs world buffs? Not me. I cannot imagine being so afraid of the game that I allow somebody else to help me out by buffing me. Hold on, let me bind this mana potion to my hotbar. Are Horde Hunters or Alliance Paladins more powerful running solo in Hardcore Classic? All I know is that we're basically a quarter of one mage. Like, I do think Hunters are probably safer than the average Paladin, just because pets and traps are so good. But we're all sucking dick compared to a mage. Do I have any more of these guys to kill? I have Longshore's head. Oh, and I have the freebooters already. Okay, I'm sick with it. And I think this gets me a level. Oh, fuck yeah, I got milk. Oh, Tailstriders IRL would be horrifying. Like, I almost picked up a Tailstrider just because of, in real life, it would be... Like, Tauren, I think, are like fucking 7 feet tall or something, and Tailstriders are as big as me, and could just run you down and murder you. For nothing. For nothing, they could end your life. Okay, so we should finish this level. Okay, so it's gonna come in at like 50-ish minutes for this level, just over 50-ish minutes, which is not bad, but holy fuck is it not great. Dude, I love the hip fire. Look at my guy. Listen, as bad as hunters are, come on. Oh shit, he's still, look at, pop, pop. Hold on. But yeah, I love the hit. I do love. I thought I was going to miss bows, because when I was a kid, I played Night Elf Hunter, because I was the most stereotypical World of Warcraft player in the entire world. I had a Night Elf Hunter named Chosen Elf because I was exactly that cringy. I never did dungeon content. I never partied with other people. I never added anybody to my friends list. I never joined a guild. I just ran around with my bow being like, holy fuck, I look so cool. Holy shit, I look so goddamn cool. Yeah, Myth. The Tauren are just bouncing the shotgun stock off their hogs like it's nothing. Chosen Elf had a big cat pet, didn't he? Just say you looked up my account, bro. Just say you looked up my fucking account. Why you gotta pretend that you predicted that? You just say you looked up the account, okay? Don't be like that. Don't be cute. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I hate you. Can we... Okay. I do need to get cooking supplies. Fishing is whatever. Where am I? Oh, you don't sell spices? What type of fucking inn doesn't sell paprika, dude? Yeah, the tail striders are the ostrich thing. Okay, this should do it. So we have mild spices. Honestly, fuck this pearl, fuck this milk, fuck this cloak, fuck this cheese, fuck this hatchet. I have so much cloth. There's no way I need all this cloth, but I'm terrified that I might. Oh, blood elves were cool as shit. Cassius, I am never fucking up the pet dungeon stuff. I promise you. On my honor, I am not fucking up a dungeon skip on my fucking hunter. That is why I am redeeming the species. I am better. Okay? I am just better. It's not going to happen. Yo, could I find... I do not have Dismiss Pet keybound because I've not been in any situations where Dismiss Pet is relevant yet. Holy fuck, we still didn't level. I will level turning this thing in. Mark it down for the first dungeon. I mean, it'll be Wailing Caverns, which does have a couple jumps. There is a jump I could conceivably fuck this up on in Wailing Caverns.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one. Be good. Have a good one.
Okay, real shit. Now we turn this in. Welcome back, MLP. Yeah, we turn this junk in. I need to get professions, which I don't have. Because when I started this character, I was like, oh, I should just do mining engineering. And then I was like, no, I'm so much better. I could probably be greedy and just do like skinning leather working. Okay, these items suck and do not matter. Just remember when it happens, immediately feign death, do not say a word. Is that a cooking fire? Nah, come on. Bunch of bitches, man. Does this count as a cooking fire? Bunch of bitches, man. Does the armor store have a cooking fire? I fucking hate you guys. I fucking hate you guys. I can make a campfire? That's not true. I do not have flint and tinder or simple wood. I do know, I understand that engineering is the best, but I feel like engineering's usually the best because you are trying to use it to stay alive. And so I feel like I can I feel like because I'm different, I can get away with not doing engineering, because I can just use like my pet and feign death and stuff like that. Rant Redeem, explain how the law around unauthorized practice of law is an unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment. Knightsy, just imagine that I've banned you. So explain how. So is the argument, is that fucking like, is that libertarian ass argument that preventing people from representing themselves as a lawyer in court is somehow restricting their speech? And is somehow like the government restricting their speech because they should be allowed to say law words? Which that doesn't sound true at all. That sounds very sovereign citizen to me. That sounds very like I walk into a Wendy's with my dick out and just argue that I should be allowed to call myself a doctor. Rant Redeem, explain how the law around the unauthorized practice of medicine is an unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment. That one is true. That one is true. I should be allowed to just inject whatever I want into the populace, and why do we keep asking all these fucking questions? So yeah, you can represent yourself. You just can't. So you can't say legal words on behalf of another person. Which is like, yeah. That sounds like a certification, not a restriction on... Like, you can say whatever you want. Oh hell yeah, we kill all these guys. So we're doing an extinction level event on the furries. Rest in power. You can't stop me from just saying shit. Will I lie under oath? Yes, but only because I always lie. I will never not lie. It is a tenet of my faith. What faith is it? I can't tell you, because that would be a lie. So we feed this guy. Oh yeah, Boomy, like I think there's very good reasons to not allow unlicensed lawyers to practice things. Oh shit, I think a guildie just died. It's our time. We must strike. I must strike now. Knightsy, thank you for keeping me 10 toes. I appreciate you. Oh shit, they died in a dungeon. Everyone else finished. Sorry, everyone else busted. That sucks. No unrestricted Barons chat for us to see, Malt? No, Cassius, God, man. I wish Barons chat had changed, because it hasn't changed. It's just as terrible as it always used to be. But I wish life was a little different. Okay, and now we just keep murdering all these dipshits. How big a fan are you of the Dresden Files series, and which is your favorite book? So for how big a fan am I, Z and I went to the bookstore. Did you miss your taunt, you worthless bitch? Thank you. Z and I went to the bookstore the other day, and I was like, I'll check out the fantasy section. I emerged from the shelves with the next 7 Dresden Files books that I had not yet read in my possession. Oh, I kind of need to lock in for this one because they have pets that are like real. And Z went, do you need all of those right now? And I asked them, am I going to become illiterate? And they said no. And I said, then I need all of them right now. So I would say I'm pretty well hooked. I like them quite a lot. The only thing I wish I could change about the Dresden Files series is that I wish we could get a Dresden Files edit of like books that were not obviously written for people boarding airplanes, because all the writing is written in such a way that if you pick up any individual book, even though it's a series, you won't be like totally lost just because you're coming in at the most recent book. And so if you try to binge them, you just have to skip like every other sentence because all of it is doing a little bit of like retreading old ground, so that if you're new to the series, you're not crazy confused. The weirdest sovereign citizen moment I've had is where I refused to notarize a document based on several sovereign citizen bullshit things, and he started telling me I had to based on maritime law, and I was like, we're 4 hours from the closest beach and also not on a boat. See, but that's such a good story. That's such a good story, though. That's fucking beautiful. Fuck this guy. What if you died? What Aragon movie, Cassius? I don't know. I'm not sure what you're speaking about. We've never had one of those. Like, if you're talking about Dresden Files, I'm still binging them. I still love binging them. I do sometimes wish I could binge them without the like callback sentences explaining the basics of his protective magics. Sometimes I'm just like, yes, bitch, I understand the duster works. I know what the duster does. Shoot somebody. But I like them a lot. I think I'm on Small Favor? Yeah, Small Favor is the one that I'm on right now. There is no film in bossing, say. I don't think I'm gonna kill Varog. I think I just move out and do Raptors. I believe Changes is next. When I was in the bookstore, I looked at the one I was on, and I bought the, like, 4 after the one I was on. So it might be Changes. Oh, shit. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go fight Varog. I mean, if the motherfucker is here, it would be rude to not. Lebot Bat, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 2nd month in a row. Maldy, can you get more baldy? Yes, by playing WoW Anniversary Hardcore. I think if I lose this character, I will legitimately lose some hair. Because I am not tweaking, but I am stressed out about leveling this character quickly enough to be relevant to OnlyFans. Because OnlyFans is still kind of already like over the peak of relevancy since they have cleared all of the like big important content. And so I feel like if I am to get to do anything neat, I need to level quite quickly. So that definitely does have me a little bit stressed out. And if I lose the character, that's going to stress me out even more. I mean, yes, Lebot, in the context of none of this shit is actually important, but in terms of getting to do anything that might be exciting or like meet other streamers and get to collaborate with other people. That is what I mean by the stuff worth doing that would evolve from this. Blackwing Lair, legit the most iconic content, and only fucks is determined to kill the guild on it. I mean, listen, hey, shout out any of my guildies who do die this weekend to clear the way for me to get a spot. Holy shit, of power? Hunter weapon. Fucking hunter weapon. Line it up. Yeah, Nightsea, we're never making it out of the Barrens. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. We are never making it out of the fucking Barrens. It is not happening. I've spent 2 months on this. I know this. I against my will understand the Baron's leveling pathing like the back of my fucking hand now. Somebody asked me like, "Oh, are you gonna use Rested EXP?" And I was like, "Fucking, why would I? I know everything about this goddamn place. I know fucking everything about this place." So I can do raptor horns. Yeah, I wish it would be nice if the guild was able to stay more relevant as the content got deeper, but it really does have the problem of very few people are interested in watching, or relatively few people are interested in watching the like level 1 to 60 grind again, and now like there's no real incentive to be online. Like the only reason to be online is to get ready for raid or to do raid. Please don't pull the other one, thank you. Because it's hardcore. So if you lose it, it's just like it's keeping people away from like the other games they like to stream or like other work responsibilities they have. Oh. I'm sorry, did that fucking distracting shot not work? Oh, god damn it. No, young Zatalpa! I'm gonna have to fight a fucking enemy by myself. I can't do it. Okay, good. Taunts off. Chill. Sean, we're not teaming up with MTG Nerd Girl tonight because my character is still too many levels behind her. We're playing this character to try to catch up to Nerd Girl's account. Hey Maul, legit question. When you get through Turncoat, you'll be where I am right now. I want to know if you think the series jumps the shark by changes, because I don't think the series does, but I think it does suffer a bit from scope creep around this point. I will let you know. I've liked it. I've liked the last couple books a lot more, because now the books, like, we're finally past the part of needing to listen to, like, Harry Dresden torture porn for half the book. For lack of a better term. It felt like for the first couple books, it felt like the first half of every book was just Jim Butcher beating us over the head with how bad Harry Dresden's life was. And now the last couple books, we have finally emerged into the like, stuff's dangerous, things are bad, but there's like a solid foundation. I need to understand the nuance of just how broke this motherfucker was. Like, ugh. And I do think it has made this part of the series, feel better now that his life was so shitty and so bad for so long, but it was quite a lot. It was like watching a non-stop ASPCA commercial. Also, can I please get a bigger ammo bag? This shit sucks. How far am I from Camp T? Not too far. I probably Hearth to Crossroads over going straight to Camp T. But it depends where I can find any of these fuck-ass raptors. This is all rune scroll. This is like thunder lizard shit. Okay, that doesn't matter. I also don't have this quest yet. So is it even worth it, or do I just go back and turn all these in? I think we work back up, turn these in, and then do the like Samaflange series, and that'll get us to like 17. I haven't read any of the Rick Riordan stuff. Yeah, like I definitely feel what you are saying, and I think it's probably not hitting me because I'm used to books that go from small scale to pretty big scale. Like a lot of the fantasy I have read recently has been stuff like Brandon Sanderson stuff, and Brandon Sanderson stuff is very, very typically goes from like street scale to world scale to then universe scale. And so the scope of what Harry Dresden has to deal with expanding was very like in line with my expectations to begin with. What's the series, Willpower? What you got for me? Maul, do you read fanfic? Not the kind you're thinking of, but shoot. I have not read... That's your... Thank you, Will. Do you listen to any of the Dune books? I have not read them. I've not done the audiobooks. I really like the movies. But I am not sure that liking the Dune movies is the same thing as liking the Dune books, because most of the Dune books are more like historical encyclopedias, and the movies are like, oh my god, Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya really have that shit on. Felix Royale, I do not want to watch the old Dune movies, but I will make it a sub-goal for me to film a Dune movie review. What's my favorite dinosaur? Oh. See, I have too much brain rot. I can only think of like Monster Hunter creatures instead of actual physical dinosaurs. I think it'd have to be velociraptors. These little guys. Maul, for my rant topic, can you rant about how fucked up it is of Meta to pirate hundreds of books, including mine and every book my publisher has put out, to teach their Llama 3 AI because I got confirmation today that they pirated my books, those bastards. Yeah, I mean, this is why I think generative AI is bullshit. It sucks. It is bullshit. I think every positive use case of it is immediately and heavily outweighed by all of the negative use cases that get pushed forward by these stupid ass finance tech bros who are just like, oh, we just need a little bit of your data, bro. Everything I have ever heard out of the mouth of an AI supporter is just like, oh, well, we should be able to use it for free. And you go like, why? When no other thing in the world is allowed to use it for free for commercial purposes. And all of their answers basically boil down to like, free money. Me for. You money, no. You money, work. Me money, give me your work. Please. Like the entire fucking business model is just, what if an entire sector of the workforce got to ignore copyright? Yes, there are legitimate applications of machine learning and computer vision. Those typically don't involve ripping off published books to train the AI to write books to sell. I think the context of what we are discussing covers the exceptions by nature of what we are criticizing. Perhaps a more accurate way to frame it is every incidence of AI that is being sold to the public is bullshit. If it's being sold for a consumer purpose, or if it's coming up and in an instance of like, oh, well, this is why we need your free data to train our language model, those are all bullshit. Yeah, all of the legitimate use cases of the tech have nothing to do with the bullshit that Will and I are talking about. Oh, could I just get some fucking inventory space? Holy shit, fuck these healing potions. I don't need them. I'm better. I have not heard of the Adventurers Wanted series, no. Yeah, and to top it off, Meta is going very like, oh, poor me, what if I had to fucking invest in something? What if we had to invest in our own business by like buying commercial rights? Why can't we just fucking steal everything and then hopefully make money off of it? Horrifying that this is actually a good item for me. Knightsy, I have read the Wax and Wane series. I can confirm that it does fuck. Is very, very awesome. Oh, god damn it. We have to wait for this Little Losers cutscene. And I've already been this level for 25 minutes. I'm not parsing. Okay, we could put this on. We could learn staves. Yeah, we're going to Thunder Bluff. Alright, pre-roll demons are back, so we're going to hit a ad break while we are in transit, and I will be right back, everyone. Luna, I've not played Dead Cells before, no. Okay, bitches. We're still not even there. Oh my god, this game. Oh, this game hates this game hates us. This game is about the fucking suffering, I swear to God. We got through this whole fucking ad break and we still haven't flown. Good night, Gil. Thank you for coming by the stream. Okay. Where am I going? Oh, there's actually a quest here. The term edging did not exist before 2004. Coincidence? I hope so. Is this the guy? Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, he's up there. Who cares? Where's the weapon teacher? Teach me how to hit people. Rant redeem. How classic WoW is actually giving yourself a testicular torsion simulator. See, the thing is, I can only learn fucking... Okay, whatever. I do not think it is fully torsion simulator because it's too slow and insidious. World of Warcraft Classic is like sitting on your nuts wrong simulator. It will eventually give you torsion, but you are... Or it's like sitting on your nuts wrong at the end of a really long day. Like you're too tired to move. You're just barely comfortable enough. But you know that something is wrong. And eventually, it's going to drive you insane. But for now, think you're okay. It's like being in the sauna and one of your nuts goes in between the slats and eventually you stand up. Horrifyingly accurate. Yeah, I can jump here. I'm a hunter. What could happen to me? Nothing bad. Rant redeemed from Nissa Flamecaller. What is EDH's most overrated card? And why is it Faithless Looting? Okay, but Faithless Looting is like... I mean, for EDH, yeah. One second, let me choose these rewards. I think, straight up, I think it's because everybody thinks Reanimator is way better than it actually is. Like, people generally think combos that flop out one good creature, people tend to think they're way, way better in Commander than they actually are because not enough people are paying attention to just how much fucking damage you have to do if you want to get anything done in Commander. And so Faithless Looting is like, it's the ultimate brain tingle of, oh my god, turn one, I'm not doing something lame and cringe, like ramping or playing Soul Ring. I'm doing something based. I'm setting up a turn 2 reanimate play that's gonna... Oh, I died. Oh, they exiled it. Damn. Damn. I mean, I think Lightning Bolt is probably the most underrated EDH card. Like, everybody shits on the damage removal that can't for sure get rid of stuff. I have never seen shooting a Mana Dork be the wrong play. I have seen 1,000,000 Mana Dorks be cast. I have seen 1,000,000 Mana Dorks be removed. I have never seen getting rid of the Mana Dork not pay incredible, incredible dividends. What's the best card ever printed? Please do not try to catch me lacking context like that ever again. I will ban you. Combat Ostrich, thank you for being my pet. And thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home for the 2nd month in a row. Okay, so we have a random Smasher Pass to do. And we have custom cards to review. And we have a Rant. How bad of a drawback do you have to give Ristic Study to make it balanced, assuming they could magically fix it like on Arena? If you limited it to non-creature or made it more expensive, that would probably do it. I think if you made it like 5 mana, or you said non-creatures only, cumulative upkeep would also do it. That's another way. Same thing of like make it very expensive. I think making it more expensive or making it non-creature only would be a better fix than cumulative upkeep. I think first spell only fixes it for incredibly high levels of play, which is mostly where it is visible. But I think first spell doesn't do enough for like bracket 3, bracket 4. I think non-creature does. Because creature decks suffer like crazy. Balanced Ristic Study be like, whenever an opponent casts a spell, they may say Sawi. If they don't, draw a card. Zoria, that's it. Zoria, you've got it. Alright, random smash or pass. Oh shit. Smash, just off the stance. Just off the stance. Then we have some custom card reviews. Smash. I know that's not technically part of it, but smash. So we have a 5 mana Sultai 2/5 with Death Touch. When you cast an enchantment, mill 3, then return an aura from the graveyard to the battlefield attached to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, so like curses. Whenever an enchantment ETBs from the graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. I think this is like... I actually kind of fuck with this until you get down to the 1v1, and then I think it is like terminally loses the 1v1. It's like an eternal second placer, unless you can distract your opponent so much that they're just like, I'll let you win if you let me kiss the card. I feel like we're also missing the red curses. I know there's like a decent number, but there's not a ton. Okay, give me more. Give me more heavy shot. Oh, I still don't get fucking... I still don't get goddamn bullets. Oh, I need my flint and tinder. I don't need that. Oh, shoot, Alec, hit me with that. Can you repost that personal question, please? Where's my pet? Oh, the... Fuck, I forgot to dismiss it before the mount. That's a bad omen. That is a bad omen, everyone. Okay, I guess we technically can get something from these, so I'll just kill him, just in case. What do you think causes the most egregious and or boring value pile deck building? Simic or Bant? I had a discussion with a friend about this last Saturday. Their argument was that Bant is worse for its ability to add token generation and removal like Swords and Simic. My rough counter argument is that Simic is only 2 colors, and you'll see more generic value staples and fewer attempts to fix color pips being only 2 colors as opposed to 3. I think they are indistinguishably samey. Like, I think it is, at that point, it's just much more down. The variance you see in generic sameness from commander to commander is going to be much bigger than the difference you see color to color. Like, there's some Simic decks that won't be generic value piles. There's some Bant decks that won't be. But overwhelmingly, like, Bant is just Simic with removal. And then, like, yeah, you have token options, but Simic already had pretty good token generation. It's literally just like, hey, what if we gave Simic exile removal And then, I don't know, I guess they can triple tokens on top of doubling them 8 times. And so I don't know if... Now, I will say, generally, decks get more generic the more colors you add. So Bant is kind of leading on that front, because every time you add a new color, you add a new list of, like, staple cards for that color. And so, you know, Simic staples are typically a lot of things like, you know, typically like the Beast Within, Rapid Hybridization, Nature's Lore 3 Visit, the Rant packages, the Bant staples, like every deck has them. Same thing, except now you also have Swords to Plowshares, you might have Trouble in Pairs. Hey, bro, get off me. I gotta get my stabs up, but get off me. Is it just me, or does Sultai end up often having the most rizless mechanics? The new Scavenge for Counters mechanics reads to me as terminally edge value, grindy, and basic. Yeah, Sultai often suffers from, like... I think there is a, like, conservation of Riz that happens on a card. And since the Sultai cards are generally the, like, most outright sexy, their gameplay has to be the least sexy in order to balance it out. Your Will, your pet can die, but you can revive them. If you get a new one, when you tame it, it is whatever level the thing you tamed is. So I could, like, tame one of these Plane Striders, and I would have a level 11 pet, and they would have to level up to my level. I don't think your pet cannot be a higher level than you are. So if you tame something that is a higher level than you are, it will down level to your land, to yours. Which Tarkir clan is your favorite? God, probably Jeskai, except for, like, the way they act. Chal, I've never played Spore the video game, so I will refund that rant request. I thought you couldn't tame something higher than you in the first place. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm a coward. Good night, Alec man. Thank you for coming by the stream. Cassius, it's probably not optimal, but I'm just doing it because I have the drop quest for them. If I didn't have the drop quest, I would be focusing on trying to get just a bunch of yellow mobs. But because I have the drop quest and I'm generally, yeah, we're a little slow. We're a little slow, but we're not, like, crazy slow. Holy shit, they got 2 Hands of Justices off of 1 run. Let me turn this off. One thing that's really funny to me about hunters is defense is an actual, like, skill in the game. You know, it's how good you are at getting hit. And an actual hunter thing in the guide is every couple levels you have to make sure that you let yourself get hit, because otherwise your defense skill won't be leveled, and when you go to fight something big, if you ever pull aggro, you will die instantly. Which I thought was very, very funny, because hunters are just so fucking good and free. Alright, we have Cassius's Smasher Pass to do. Pass. Hard pass. Child. Furry bait. Easy miss. Easy miss. Nissa, thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. I think we're only going to be able to do a little bit more anyway, and then I'm going to have to get ready for Patron League night. Will, I don't want a raptor yet. I like my bird. I like young Zeddy. So I can get 1 agility. I think I'd take this for the agility. I mean, stamina is like... Stamina is known as the better thing. Oh, I can have 3 total. I'll get a raptor later. There are higher level raptors in other places, so I'm not... Yeah, I'm not hard up to get them right now. Oh, your exile tutor. No, white bread. We just hadn't done that one yet. Give me 1 second. I think let me hit 17, and then we're probably gonna hearth, and then I will do the custom cards, and then we will raid into Z and get ready for custom league night. Yeah. Appreciate you checking up on it. Okay, so these guys don't matter. Oh, those guys matter. Come here, dickhead. Come here, dumbass. I want your skin. Oh, I turned taunt off. I'm dumb. Oh yeah, Zorian. Fucking Doran is dead in the ground. Cassius, we haven't historically streamed the Patron League nights just because, like, I want to focus more on organizing the patron experience and making sure that we're playing stuff there than worry about keeping track of stream. Because it is, like, very... Listen, this is an easy and very sweet job, but there is non-zero mental effort in trying to keep track of it and trying to do things to make it entertaining. And so for the patron stuff, I generally take it as like, these people have paid me to have this experience. I'm going to focus on that. Yeah, MLP, the league nights, there's a patron only channel in the Discord and like patron only voice call rooms that we go into and do league stuff. Yeah, Cassius, I've thought about maybe like filming it or like recording it with consent in the future and then making that filmed content, but it really requires me to succeed a little bit more than I currently am at getting league content out. Yes, MLP, you could talk to your real IRL friend who knows you, Maldhound. Can someone else stream instead and you just raid them when the time comes? I probably wouldn't do that because that starts to become a like cross promotion thing, and I'm not going to make a Patreon benefit I promote your content channel. Which this is kind of what we're doing by raiding Z. Like, right? Like we're raiding into my girlfriend who makes League of Legends content. But I'm definitely not going to make like, oh yeah, potential benefit of being a Malltown Patreon member is you get put into like the raid network and can promote your content that way, because I think then it starts to incentivize, like, it incentivizes people to sign up for the Patreon in hope of that, and then if I ever don't do it, like, they feel bad, I feel bad, and people get butthurt about, like, I signed up for the Patreon and I was really hoping you would raid me. I'm a very hardworking, small-time streamer, and, like, yeah, it's not fair if you don't raid me because I paid you $25 or whatever. And I would rather avoid 100% of that. When, like, the straight path to turning that stuff into content is just, I ask people if they're cool with me recording it. If they say yes, I record it, and then Mango cuts it into something. Holy shit, we got a real item. Fucking hunter gear, baby. Plus, it's like, if it's streaming, I don't want the patrons to feel like there's an expectation on them to do anything but have fun playing League of Legends as well. Yes, Convoke can pay for X costs as far as I know, QWERTY. Oh, somebody acts as my puppet. No, I think we just don't want that in the first place. Like, I think streaming the League night is the worst version of making, like, frankly, people stream so much stuff that they just shouldn't even be streaming in general. I'm trying my goddamned hardest. Look at this shit. Look at what I'm streaming. In no world should I be streaming this, but I'm doing my goddamn best, okay? We're looking at your terrible cards. I'm talking about elf titties. I am doing what I can to make this a nice evening experience for everybody, but so many people in the world stream just so much shit that should be them working on other content from a perspective of, like, succeeding, not from a perspective of whatever gives you creative validation. And so I think for the League nights, streaming that content is like the worst iteration of that content. I think the best iteration of that content is recorded content that we smash into like a kooky highlight reel. No, Luna, I have not played the Persona games. Oh, I've really fucked up my pathing in the last like 45 minutes. I've had a very, very scuffed level pathing. This is my first time using this map add-on that gives me all these like handy dandy things, and I got distracted by the key jangling. I'll be frank, I got distracted by all the key jangling. Oh, I'm sure I would be down horrendous. Nightsy, I'm going to refund you that rant request. I appreciate you trying to feed me the content, but I can feel the soft palate of my mouth trying to clamp up. And so I'm going to try to save my voice just for doing the custom card reviews and then rating into Z. Because I can feel like under here, my mouth is trying to seize. Okay, we kill these dumbasses. Oh shit, this place is popping. How is my inventory? I hate not having bags, man. This sucks. This sucks. They don't want me to win. My gear's so fucking bad, man. Okay, that did drop one of the items I need, but again, my fucking have no goddamn bag space. Okay, just fucking immediately wide. Excellent. Okay, you're taunted, right? MLP, since we leveled, I am about to Hearth, and then we're going to do the custom card redeem, so I'm going to refund that rant request, because as soon as we kill this extremely naked woman, we are going to be preparing to raid into Z for the night. Oh, fuck yeah, we got a ring. Oh yeah, and Smasher Pass for luck. So let's do the Smasher Pass for luck. Nobody interrupt me. Nobody interrupt me. Land doesn't count. Pass! Furry bait, get shit on. Bad luck, Will. Let's do an alternate art check. No, terminally Rizless. Dead. Okay, custom cards. We have white breads. 3 mana. Search your library for a card. Exile it face down, then shuffle. As long as the card remains exiled, you may play it. I think this should honestly cost more. I think in terms of face down exile it depends on how fair you want this to be. Like if you want this to be a good tutor, I know that hand rip is not particularly common, but it is like a non-zero thing that this protects you from hand rip. Is like there's no way for anybody else to interact with this card. Rakdos has a ton of exile benefits. Like now Fesh need to copy stuff. They have Wild Magic Sorcerer for Cascade. Like Prosper fucking loves this card. Crazy style. So if we want it to be cracked, kind of hot. If we want it to be like fair, I think it needs to cost 1 more. I think it needs to be Diabolic Tutor at minimum. And maybe even 5, but it's probably okay at 4. But I think it's pretty strong. Then we have Fancy Bones as redeem. Karya, Harbinger of Prophecy, 6 mana 4/4 Flying Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep and end of combat steps, there's an additional end step after that step. Listen, I personally don't know what's wrong with you. I personally don't know who hurt you or what you're going to do with this card. This seems fine. We have a version of this card for literally every other step in the game. Go off. I would let you do this, and then I would see what you did with it, and I would delete your number from my phone. But yeah, gas. I think it could even be like a 5/5. I don't think it has to be this bad at fighting. Okay, we got another Warframe commander. Mardu 3/3 first strike trample. Whenever it deals combat damage, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw that many cards and deal damage equal to the number of cards discarded that way. Do you mean to the player? We are mildly illiterate with this card, but I do like it. I think like wheel additional damage, Mardu late game reanimator. I fuck with all of it. It's very, very, it's terminally Mardu, but like, hey, they got to do what they got to do. Rune Knight is kind of eating your lunch. Like, I do think this becomes worse Rune Knight to any target. Yeah. It's like, I would allow you to play it. Mardu is just Boros with cool sunglasses, so I would allow it, tentatively. I'll let you cook. I do think... yeah, at least some type of card selection. Oh yeah, do you mean combat damage or do you mean combat damage to a player? Very important distinction. Because with first strike and trample too, depending on how you assign the trample, there's room for like, oh, I double trigger this or I triple trigger this. Okay, to an opponent. Like, I don't even think that's like, I don't think that's an illiteracy moment. I think that's legitimately changes the power of the card by a fair bit if it's combat damage to anything versus combat damage to a player. I do think it's cool. I'm not doing anything crazy here. We're not reinventing the wheel. It's just Mardu man with sword, give card, give damage. All right. We are all caught up. We're going to raid my girlfriend. The raid message is the indestructible Justin. The indestructible Justin rant. Everybody be nice. Oh, there's one more smasher pass. I'm sorry. No. We'll do pass. I was like, too obvious, and then I remembered you are all fucking miscreants. Pass. Be nice to my girlfriend. Hit them with indestructible Justin. I will see you all tomorrow, potentially early in the morning. We're definitely doing They Them Goon stuff, and I may be doing more OnlyFang stuff later. Thank you all for watching.